네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 10시 30분부터 김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌 2일차 학술 행사를 진행할 예정입니다. 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 자리를 정돈하고 착석을 부탁드리고요. 또
We kindly ask that all the participants come inside and take your seats, and please remember to turn your cell phones off or turn them on to silent mode.
네, 여러분 다시
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin the second day program of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival in a few minutes. So we kindly ask everyone to come inside and take your seats. Please remember to turn your cell phones off or turn on to vibration mode throughout the event. See you in a few minutes.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 뒤부터 김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌 학술 행사를
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the second day programs of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. We would like to ask everyone outside in the foyer to come inside and take your seats. Please remember to turn your cell phones either off or turn them on to vibration mode. We will begin momentarily. Thank you.
외국인들이 있어.
아, 그래요?
네.
오케이.
흑인 아저씨들.
좋아, 좋아.
그리고 밖에 아줌마들이 엄청 많이 들어앉았다. 근데 이렇게 스낵 뭐 이런 거 있잖아요.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day program of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. Good morning. My name is Yeon-bin-na. I will be the moderator for day 2 of the Peace Festival.
김대중 대통령과 함께 걷는 평화 생명의 길이라는 주제로 오늘 두 번째
Again, this is the second day of the Peace Festival that we celebrate the wisdom and philosophy and spirit of Kim Dae-jung.
시대 일과 삶의
The theme of day 2 is AI, the era of AI, and how we are going to balance our life and work in the advent of the AI era.
오늘 보니까 학생분들이 많이
We have a lot of students joining us in the audience, and we believe the discussions today, the presentation and the discussions will in fact be very helpful for all of those joining us in the audience this morning.
또 강연을 해주실
The Jo Suk-kyung and the presenter is Professor Cha Sang-kyun. So we would like to invite both the moderator and speaker for the first session of day 2.
네, 지금부터는 좌장님께서 진행을 해주시겠습니다.
So the moderator, the mic is, the floor is yours.
안녕하세요 여러분.
Yes, hello everyone.
정말 좋은 아침입니다.
It's a great day. It's a great, beautiful fall day here in Korea, Mokpo, and I'm delighted to be joining all of you for this event. Yesterday was the day 1 of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival, and today is day 2. So I am Jo Suk-kyung. I'm the professor at Kentech. I teach science history and science communication at Kentech.
아마 오늘 이 영광스러운 자리에 제가 초청을 받게 된 것은
I believe I am invited to host or to moderate this session because of my capacity as the chairperson of the International Science Communication.
바야흐로 AI
So we say AI is everywhere, and anything with the AI prefix seems to be selling.
정말 AI 시대가 올까? 많은 사람들이
Just a decade ago, people were still doubting the advent of the AI era. Many of you probably saw the movie Her.
주인공 남자가
The main character of the movie falls in love with Samantha, which is, in fact, the voice of an AI device or AI system. And it was quite fictional back then, but came 2016, and we had the famous competition of Game of Go between the Go Master of Korea and the AI. And we all remember who won the match.
2억 5천만 명이 챗GPT를 쓴다고 합니다.
And today, as of today, we have 250 million people using AI on a daily basis. And those who have studied AI have both been nominated as the Nobel laureate in the field of chemistry and physics this year.
스탠포드 대학교에서 데이터베이스와 인공지능
So today we have invited Dr. Cha Sang-gun, Professor Cha Sang-gun from Seoul National University, who has studied this area and also who has started the
또 이렇게 M&A가 돼서
a startup some decades ago. His startup has been bought by SAP of Germany. So he is a de facto AI leader here in Korea and also has a strong experience in the AI industry, the semiconductor industry, on a global scale.
께서 직접 만드신 대학원입니다. 대학원에서
So right now he leads the graduate school at SNU as the dean of the graduate school.
모두에게 관심 있는 주제입니다.
And he'll be speaking to us under the title A New Balance of Work and Life in the AI Era. So with no further ado, I give you Professor Cha Sang-gun.
이게 다음 페이지로 넘기시는 거고 이게 전 페이지로 가시는 거예요.
네, 제가 마이크 들리십니까? 네, 저를 이렇게
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this auspicious event. I believe I'm invited here because of my
페스티벌에 오게 된 건 제가 충분히 나이가 많아서 우리 김대중
my age to begin with, meaning that I have had the honor of
오늘 그 김대중 대통령께서
doing work under the
생이시라고 하셨는데
people's government back some 20 years ago.
근데 태어나신 곳은
My father was born in 1925,
북한에
and
성이라는 도시가 있습니다.
he is of the same age as Kim Dae-jung. Had he passed away, but had he been alive, he would be at the same age of President Kim Dae-jung. So I have had the honor of spending my life alongside the achievements and the ordeals of President Kim Dae-jung. Some 20 years ago, actually in year 2000, I started a startup based on my research results. And it seemed that starting a startup in Korea around the year 2000 would be a bit challenging, so I actually did it in the Silicon Valley in the United States. And my company
시장을 석권한 그런 회사죠. 그 회사가 어려울 때 제가
has been
그래서 그 이후에 그
acquired by SAP when they were actually going through some challenging times. SAP, as you know, is a world-renowned company specializing in ERP systems.
우리나라 말로는 하나라고 하는데 하나라는
So the product that I developed in my startup is called HANA, and the company, my company, has been acquired by SAP, which has helped SAP make a turnaround. So today I would like to share my history of
83년에 갔어요.
how I started or how I have been working in my career path. It was back in 1983 that I first started working in the Silicon Valley.
72년이니까
And actually, the first venture capital company
41년을 커버하는
appeared in 1972. So I would be able to share almost 5 decades of how the startups
데이터 사이언스 세미나
in relation to AI have developed.
좀 전에 그 AI와 웰빙이라는 주제로 구글의
So currently, I serve as the dean of the graduate school at SNU, specializing in data science.
아마 뒷부분에 제가 그분의 사진을 넣어놨는데 오늘 조금 전에 배운 것도 좀 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
And I just came back from a very insightful discussion on the same subject, so I hope I'll be able to share some of those learnings with you in the later part of my presentation. So moving on to my presentation slides, you will all remember that it was just about 2 years ago that the OpenAI
그때
made public their ChatGPT.
레리 서머스라는 분 아시죠? 이거는 우리나라 IMF
Larry Summers, some of you may know him, some of you may not. He was actually a well-known figure during the so-called IMF financial crisis here in Korea.
마침 그때 방송에 나와서 오픈에
And Larry Summers appeared in one program around the time that the OpenAI introduced their ChatGPT.
앞으로 우리
And
네이버
basically, Larry Summers commented that with the advent of the AI era, there would be AI could replace almost all forms of labor. He didn't necessarily emphasize that AI is going to take away our jobs, but did say that there's going to be a huge transformation of the way we work. So AI is going to change how people work. So that should be the starting point when we think about what governments should do, what universities should do in the face of AI. After working with SAP, I came to SNU. And based on my experience of working on the global semiconductor and AI stage, I was called to lead the education program at SNU. And through this experience, I learned that in order to change how the society works, you really need to change how people think and behave and work. So that's how I came to start the graduate school of data science at SNU. I didn't think that having many computer scientists, computer engineers is going to solve or help us solve the problem. I feel that education as a whole needs to be transformed. So when I started the Graduate School of Data Science and when I had students enroll in the graduate program, I wanted to make sure that we enroll people from as diverse a background as possible, not necessarily science majors, not necessarily data science majors, but from the humanities, philosophies, art, and so forth. So about half of the first group of enrollment actually came from humanities. We had students who studied art, just as I intended.
우리가 아직까지 아무도 해보지 않은 그런 하이포테시스를 가지고 시작을
So we started out with a hypothesis that has not been tested yet.
AI,
So we want to
C는 컴퓨팅,
teach AI
D는
and
어떤 특정 분야의 전문
big data and computer science and domain. So A, B, C, D. And then E stands for entrepreneurship. So starting with AI, big data, computer science, domain knowledge, leading to entrepreneurial spirit. So this is where the human part comes in. So our motto was to teach from A to E. And then came the Chat GPT era.
에서 일어난 변화를 이제 2년 동안
So it's been 2 years, short 2 years with massive changes in the field of ChatGPT and AI.
제가 ABCD 5개 중에
And of the A, B, C, D, and E that I just mentioned, AI is important, computing is important, and B, big data, and D, domain is where all the knowledge sits.
기업을 운영하는 데 필요한
And this big data and this domain knowledge is really, really important when you actually start out to work at a company.
수상자는 결국
The Nobel Prize for Chemistry was awarded to
컴바인에서 수상을 한 겁니다.
scholars who had the domain knowledge of chemistry and the big data of chemistry.
3년 전인가
About 2 or 3 years ago, the Nobel Prize for Economics was awarded to a scholar who combined the domain knowledge of economics with the knowledge of data science. So as you can see,
도메인 자기가 가지고 있는 전문 지식을
you really need to have
데이터를 해석해서
the data science capabilities as well as domain knowledge in order to properly imagine and properly execute the dreams that you have.
이게 또 지금은 왜 더 중요하냐? 우리나라
Why is this important?
산업화 시대에
The Korean economy
우리나라 경제를 이끌어와
is also evolving. We had a great contribution of large conglomerates leading various industries in the economic development. Now, with the changes of times, things have changed.
이 새로운 변화에 따라서 우리가 새로운
And the Korean businesses, Korean enterprises need to move in accordance with the changing times.
대통령께서 우리나라 역사 근현대사에서 던진
If you go back to when Kim Dae-jung was president,
이게 필요하지 않나 이렇게
he had inspiring thoughts, pioneering thoughts that I believe needs to be resummoned and rethought, reviewed at this time and age.
해야 된다고 해서 인터넷을 찾다 보니까 처음 찾은
So while doing
대중 대통령께서
my preparations for this
근데 사실 그 1980년
study, I came upon this article where it
전두환
talks about
나중에 대통령이 됐죠. 그분이 이제 일으킨 그런 쿠데타에 의해서 김대중 대통령이 이제 구속됐을 때 사형 선고를 받았을 때
what happened when Kim Dae-jung was indicted to death by the
중앙정보부의
then to be President Chun Doo-han.
이 대화한 내용인데
So this is a
말씀한
videotape of interrogation recorded between Kim Dae-jung and the KCIA back in 1981.
그런 세트를 넣어가지고 본부가 있어요. 전화국 본부가
Here he talks about how every household will have a TV set in every household
전화국 본부가 뭡니까? 요즘
and have a headquarter by the telephone company, which, as you can see, in today's terms could be understood as the cloud. So every TV set or the device at home would serve as the device that could bring out all those information instantly. So even when
여기서 제안을 받았는데
Every household didn't even have a phone set. President Kim Dae-jung already had a vision of what the future is going to be like. And lo and behold, we already have what Kim Dae-jung envisioned back in 1981. And 44 years later, we live in what Kim Dae-jung envisioned back in 1981. Now, this is not the completion. This is not the end. There are still many, many more things that can be invented, that can be realized.
익숙합니다. 그래서 우리 김대중 대통령께서 말씀하신
I can say I have very vivid personal and entrepreneurial experience working and living in Silicon Valley.
이게 실리콘밸리의 스피릿과 같지 않아요.
And the spirit of Silicon Valley is well found in the philosophy and spirit of Kim Dae-jung. Silicon Valley actually has two very important beliefs or foundation or pillars.
만든 회사가 있었어요. 이 사람이 똑똑한 젊은 사람들을 리크루트를 해서 회사를 실리콘밸리에
Back in the early days of the Silicon Valley, when Silicon Valley was not known as Silicon Valley, William Shockley started a company,
이상한 분이셔서
and he
일단 8명이 배반자
worked with very smart engineers.
트레이트러스 H라고 하는데 이 8명이
William Shockley and his friends, often dubbed as the Treacherous Eight,
한 루트고요. 여기서부터 여기 출신들이
starts their own company,
1968년에 인텔,
and they
1969년에 AMD, 그다음에 많은
they formed the company that really started the work of Silicon Valley. And then came Intel and AMD and all the big names that we know of right now.
2차 세계대전을 승리로 이끈 버네바 부시라는 분이 아주 정말 훌륭한 혁명적인 분이죠. 이분이 있었기
Entrepreneur Vannevar Bush is also
승리를 할 수 있었습니다.
a well-known figure, an engineer, who is praised for having led the U.S. economy after World War II.
Science, the endless frontier.
He comes up with this report titled Science, the Endless Frontier. This is a report which served to bring about the National Science Board. So this report became the baseline for the United States to support science research at a government, at a state level. And that, I believe, has led the U.S. to become the superpower as we know of today.
이 버네바 부시라는 분과 스탠포드의
Mr. Bush
부총장이죠.
and the vice dean, vice provost of the Stanford University,
예, 또 스탠포드 주변에 실리콘밸리를 만드는 기여를 하시는데 이 프레드릭 트루먼이라는 이분은 카이스트에서
who is Frederick Terman.
하셨던 분이죠. 이분이 버네바 부시의 제자라는 겁니다.
And Frederick Terman is actually a disciple of Vannevar Bush.
그러니까 저는
And these two gentlemen also helped to build up the Silicon Valley as we know of today. So the treacherous aid of William Shockley and Mr. Vannevar Bush, together with Frederick Terman, I believe laid the very foundation and created the founding spirits of the Silicon Valley. And linking this to the article that I found in the internet about Kim Dae-jung, I would say the spirit of the Silicon Valley rightfully clicks with the Kim Dae-jung's foresight, insight into the development of ICT. So that was back in 1981 when Kim Dae-jung envisioned what the future is going to be like.
우리나라가 IMF를 막 겪을 무렵에 그때 98년에 구글이라는 회사가 생겼고요. 사실 구글은
And in 1998 came
스탠포드의 제 지도 교수가
Google.
달파라는 프로그램 에이전시에 가서 펀딩 에이전시에 가서 만든 프로젝트가
When I was doing my PhD, my professor
2012년에 그 프로젝트가 좀 내셔널 프로젝트죠.
started received funding from the U.S. government under the Project Alpha.
거기에서 그 프로젝트를 수행하던 스탠포드 대학의
And there were many Stanford
그룹이 있습니다.
PhDs working in that project, including Larry Page and Sergey Brin. And as you know very well, these two gentlemen founded the Google. So they founded Google back in 1998.
이 꽃을 피우게 되는 거죠. 그리고 나서 이제 모바일 클라우드 시대가 왔고
And the rest, I would say, is already history. So came Google, and came the mobile era, and today's AI era
그런데 김대중
has
역사는 참
flourished.
저는 이제 어떤 이념이나 좌우를 떠나서 우리나라 역사를 그렇게 보면 김대중 대통령이
If you look at
그때 그런
the history of Korea,
하셨기 때문에 저는 그 전두환 정부에도 영향을
I can
있을 거라고 생각하고 전두환 정부
confidently say that the insight of Kim Dae-jung
정상적으로 정권을
back in the early 1980s
경제를 부흥시키기 위해서
helped to lay the
수석을
foundation for the economic development, regardless of which party you followed.
관료 중에는 아웃라이어였어요. 비주류였어요.
Kim Dae-jung
비주류
placed Kim Jae-gi as the Minister of Economics.
그래서 저는 이제
And
이
this
아웃라이어
figure
비주류가
was
정말,
actually considered an outlier back then. He did not belong to any sides, but he was the right person to lead the economic policy of the Korea back then.
68년에 아까 제가 68년에 인텔이 생겼다고 했지 않습니까?
Intel was founded in 1968, and the
그걸 공부하러
Minister of Economics,
사도 같이
Kim Jae-gi, actually started his PhD back in 1968, and he received his PhD in 1973.
그 사이에 그 타이밍에 어떤 일이 있었나?
Between 1968 and 1973, when Mr. Kim Jae-gi was studying in the United States,
경제학, 계량
he was an economics major. He was not a science or computer engineering major, but
68년에
nonetheless, when he was studying in the United States, in 1968, Intel was founded, AMD was founded in 1969, and in 1970, the Xerox Palo Alto Center opened. And you all know the famous history of how Steve Jobs stole the idea from that,
스퀘어
got the idea from that research center to start his business.
지금 아주 큰 벤처 캐피탈이죠. 이 두 개가
And the two largest venture capitals in the Silicon Valley was also started in 1970. So,
시간이 지나면서
although Kim Jae-gi may not have been a science major directly studying these fields, I can certainly say that he
아웅산 사태를 순직을 하셨죠. 그래서 이분이
devoured the change that was taking place in the Silicon Valley.
말고도 해야 될 일이 있다.
He is the person who pioneered the economic policies of Korea, saying that heavy industries is important, but that should not be the only pillar that Korea's economy should be leaning on. He vouched for
GDP 퍼캐스트가 2,000불인 나라에서 제가 유학을 간 스탠포드는 제가
supporting the state-sponsored, state-financed scholars to go abroad and study
같은 대학에
to 100 a year. Now, this was a huge investment at state level, considering that Korea only had $2,000 for GDP. So this state-financed national scholarship receiving students who had been sent to the United States under the stewardship of Minister Kim Jae-gi came back to Korea and helped Korea to revive or really push Korea's economy forward. It is regretful that Mr. Kim Jae-gi was killed in the Aung San incident.
서울대학에 이제 들어와서 국비학을 갔다 온 다음에
After studying in abroad, and I returned to Korea in 1992 and got a job at Seoul National University.
메모리를 많이 쓰는 데이터베이스 기술을 개발을
At that time, I developed in-memory data technologies, and in the meantime,
프로젝트를 하던 중에
I was engaged in the national project dealing with the space and time. It was national project.
인터넷에 평양
When President Kim Dae-jung visited North Korea, the Pyongyang map was released. Even though I could not further develop the technology, but it was before the Google map was opened. However, the Google data is not really big enough for a map, so the Pyongyang map exactly looks like what I have developed with my technology.
김대중 정부의 벤처 정책으로 교수가
Thanks to the venture capital policy of Kim Dae-jung government, I created my own company in Silicon Valley. Although there were great challenges there, but I was able to work with the SAP and through the M&A, and I developed HANA platform. And the HANA platform was incubated in Korea, and HANA now became the global product.
자 이제 제가 너무 이제 서로를 많이 이야기했습니다만
It was a long story. Now I go back to AI.
저 SAP의 그 어떤 플랫폼을 가지고 리딩하는 시스템은 바로 이전에
When I used the SAP platform, it was a very previous primitive version of technology. But with accumulated experience since then, I think Gen AI was released as a product. Now, OpenAI's market value is estimated to be $6 billion.
실리콘밸리에서 똑똑한 사람들 여기서
The all the smart people are absorbed by the OpenAI. The excellent engineers were paid by $2 to $3 million per year.
그리고 이걸 이제 이끌어가는 친구는
And all this activity, all these efforts is led by
8세
Mr. Altman. He is 38 years old. He is stand for the dropout actually.
여러분들 이 말을 좀 생각을 하셔야 됩니다. 지금 이 생성형 AI
Now we have Gen AI. Gen AI is a new operating system. We went through those times, Windows times,
그리고 모바일이 있었죠.
and there was mobile times. Now we arrived at the new operating system led by or represented by Gen AI.
이걸 바탕으로
Gemini is prompt-operated system.
주입을 해서
So if you put into the domain knowledge in the AI, then
서비스가 만들어져
the new types of services is created from the AA. The same goes for robot. So far, the coding was required to operate robots. So a lot of forces were required to deploy a robot, and robot was not flexible. However, these days, the data training is possible for the robots.
이건 이제 뭐 여러분들이 미스트랄이라는 회사 잘 모르시겠어요.
The Mistral is a company name which is not very well known. The national sovereignty is important. In order for a state to sustain, Gen AI is needed. Gen AI sucks up a lot of cost. So the Korea is not an advantageous position to start AI. However, in Europe, there is the collective forces to support the AI. One of the company benefited from this initiative is Mistral.
대통령이 나오면서
When France had the President Mitterrand, there was a collective push for AI.
한국 오리진을 가진 그 세드릭 오라는 디지털
Back then, there was Cedric O. He was digital vice minister of France.
중에 한 사람이 세드릭 오
Cedric O was one of the co-founder of Mistral.
사람들이 사람들 오거나이즈에서 펀딩을 만들어주는 저 세드릭 오라는 사람.
Cedric O was the key person who created funding to support Mistral. That's how the Mistral as a company was created. So here you see the role of a state when nothing is in the market.
그다음에 이건 이제 젠 AI는 아닙니다만 지금
This is not Gen AI. Before the Gen AI,
자율주행
there was autonomous vehicle technology.
구글에서 펀딩을 받아서
Waymo was funded by Google.
만한 수준까지 왔습니다.
So now finally we have reliable autonomous taxi.
웨이모를 타보고
I got on Waymo in San Francisco, so I took these photos. The Waymo, this taxi is very friendly, although this taxi cannot be operated on highways. However, across San Francisco, this taxi is going come about. Who are the users? Guess what?
이렇게 뭐 어디 시내에서 여기저기 왔다 갔다 하는 사람도 쓰겠지만
Of course, general citizens use this taxi. However, the most frequent user of this taxi is parents. Parents have to drop or pick up their children to school, in and out of school. So the riding the children was challenging for the parents. So the preferred users of this autonomous taxi are the parents.
그다음에 이제 끝나면 집으로 안전하게 데려오고
So parents just rely on the autonomous taxi to pick up and drop their children. This is driverless taxi.
결국 웨이모가 잘 되니까
So now Waymo is successful. Now Elon Musk announced the company would run robot taxi. So when Gen AI is integrated, a new world will be played out.
이야기를 했습니다.
Humanoids.
앞으로 사람이 사는 세상, 특히 이제 기업이나 오거나이제이션, 정부
Companies, organizations, and government offices were operated based on human, and software was used to back up human activities. But from now on, AI, people, and humanoid will be networked to run any types of organization.
그래서 이 일론 머스크가 이런 휴머노이드를 하겠다고
Elon Musk
테슬라는 휴머노이드
announced that the Tesla will become a humanoid specialized company.
근데 여기서 제일 중요한 건 데이터를 어떻게 모으는
But here the key is how to collect data.
휴머노이드가 모든 일을 잘할 수가 없어요.
Humanoid cannot be omnifunctional. If you look at human,
바로 옆에 우리 조선소가 있지 않습니까?
here in Mokpo, we have the shipbuilding yard. Shipbuilding yard, there are the different types of operators with different functions. There are welders, there are the builders. So likewise, humanoids would have their specific functions, specialized in tasks. So for that, for humanoid to work, data are needed. So now the Tesla is now collecting data to simulate the human activity. So when these data are well gathered and collected, then humanoid would be able to do some tasks that humans do not like or that are dangerous for human. So in this shipbuilding dock, the skilled workers are getting old. That's the problem. So the new labor who can replace the old workers are needed.
머스크가 이제 옵티머스라는 휴머노이드를 하겠다고 하니까
The company is Optimus, and the new company Figure 8 is also created and highly in limelight. Actually, hardware leader is China. China is way advanced in terms of hardware making compared to the United States. And this industry, these businesses are state-sponsored. So in China, there's a company called Ubitree. The Ubitree are making great presence in the market. Maybe this hardware may not be able to enter the US market due to the rivalry between the two countries. However, the products of this company have a great strong presence in its own market because the products are low cost and highly functional. We have to talk about Nobel Prize, right? Neural network was the key topic for the Nobel Prize in physics. The physics is a study that model the world dynamics. Before neural network, there was the mathematics, advanced mathematics. So all the advanced mathematics were used to interpret the dynamics of the world. But now there is neural network, which captures a lot of data and the model, the behaviors of certain activities. These two scholars received the Nobel Prize in Physics thanks to their contribution to neural network. And Nobel Prize in Chemistry went to David Baker. He is specialized in computational biochemistry, and the other two recipients are from Google DeepMind. Actually, these three Nobel laureates made a record in receiving Nobel Prize in Chemistry because the start of their research, the time they started their research, and the time they produced the outcome was record short. And their recognition was celebrated by the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And there is the very renowned chemist. He combined computational chemistry for his experiments in large scale, and he also increased the lab. In that process, he was granted the grant and the company stand from Microsoft, and also he received a donation from private foundations. And he successfully received investment from the venture capital, and all this funding went to create venture capital and used for his research. So all this experience have been accumulated, and he was the overwhelming lead in chemistry. So the Nobel Prize in Chemistry went to this person, Kim Kamisetti, with Jaira, which is the company he created for 21st times. This Jaira was founded in May. At a one shot, this company was awarded $1 billion as investment.
이쪽 분야 AI 분야의 모든 예산 합쳐도
Even the Korea's AI budget, national budget, is just the multiple million dollars. However, this JIRA was able to receive 1 billion and in lump sum for investment. So I believe the competitiveness would coming from the AI talents and AI money.
뿐만 아니라 이 회사의 CEO를 맡는
And the CEO of this company, JIRA, was the former Stanford University president, and he himself was the venture creator. And the former Stanford University president became the CFO of this company, JIRA.
우리가 예를 들면 바이오 분야를
Let's look at the biochemistry.
상당 부분 그 일을
Drug discovery is key achievement in that the AI make great contributions to. In order to create a new drug, bio experiment is needed. And for this experiment, AI would be operated. There is a person called Dr. Woo Seung-jae. He was a doctor at the University of the Stanford as well as KAIST. Actually, he automated fruit fly experiments. Usually in biology experiment, the fruit flies and the white mouses are used. But in this case, the AI and robots were used to automate the fruit fly experiments. So let's think about it. If you are the chemistry major or biology major, what should you do?
대학에서 화학과 혹은 뭐 바이오 쪽에서 가르치는 방식으로는 안 되는 거죠.
So the conventional education approaches in chemistry and biology are no longer viable. Not only the knowledge of experiment, but also you need the mechanical and software knowledge. So just conventional chemistry experimentation would go away. So here you have to think about where the education should head in the future.
반도체 지금 AI는 워낙 엄청난 컴퓨팅을 필요로 하기
AI requires great the scale of computational power. So specialized semiconductor chip is needed. It is NVIDIA that produces this accelerated or specialized chips.
아시다시피 지금
As you know, the market capitalization of NVIDIA is $3.4 billion. It will be a world market top or the second in terms of market capitalization ranking.
회사를 좀 오랫동안 팔로우를
I have been following this company personally. And personally, I sometimes recommended to buy the stock of this company 7 to 8 years ago. Some of the friends who bought the stocks gained like 6 to 7 times in profit for their investment.
워낙 그 기술이 정말 집중되어 있는
In the market, NVIDIA, which is cutting-edge technology company,
드럭 디스커버리
has great track record
위에 빌드하는 소프트웨어
because thanks to its software, hardware, or all the integration. So NVIDIA is expanding its market, and AMD is a second competitor. However, the gap between NVIDIA and AMD is widening. And this year, the new architecture was announced. Already these chips ran out of stock for 2025. So countries are queuing up to receive a GPU from NVIDIA.
SK
In Korea, we have SK Hynix,
GPU에 들어가는 HBM이라는
HBM
조그만 패키지죠.
chips
공급을 함으로 해서
are provided to NVIDIA by SK Hynix. So SK Hynix value went up in the market,
삼성전자 경우에는 이제
and Samsung Electronics, on the other hand, saw their stocks dropping
왜 삼성
in value.
사실 저는 하이닉스조차도 메모리 회사들은
The memory chip makers' influence would be contracted, including Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix. Because if you look at the supply chain, NVIDIA has TSMC alliance.
짜여진 구도에서 우리가 메모리
So in that landscape, if you just provide memory chips, the future is not very bright. In the Intel era, then we buy the Intel chip and provide that to the computer maker. But however, these days, you have to get the chip to the TSMC and provide to the TSMC and TSMC is a rival relation with the Samsung Electronics. So this is the very landscape of the semiconductor market. So these days, you see the great disruption in the ranking of market capitalization where the chip makers are playing. As you see here, the NVIDIA at the top, TSMC in the second, and Broadcom comes at third. Broadcom did a lot of M&As, and this company is responsible for the AI chip for Google, and also optic cable chips are also produced by Broadcom. All these activities push Broadcom to the second position, and Samsung Electronics was pushed down to fifth, and Samsung Electronics is followed by the AMD. If the GPU of AMD are well sold, then the ranking will be also disrupted. And what about Intel? Intel is in the 15th. The market capital is less than 100 billion. However, its position is not stable still. So now you see the AI is the very disruptor of this market. The relations of NVIDIA and TSMC is illustrated here. Johnson Huang is contributed and helped Maurice Chang to create TSMC. So there was Maurice Chang, otherwise there was not NVIDIA. So the interrelation between the two companies is very strong. I went to TSMC about 40 years ago when I was studying abroad. I served as an intern for 6 months in Texas Instruments. At that time, Texas Instruments was #1 semiconductor maker. Maurice Chang opened the semiconductor business, but he was kicked out of the company, so he went to Taiwan to open TSMC. It's about the time, so I will speed up. Here, the point is, there are chip makers and infra makers that are roles of the large companies. However, software making and service generation is done by startups. Anthropic and OpenAI, they are all startups. This person, 42 years old, is the chairman of OpenAI. These days, last year, he had another startup. The market capital for this company is $1.5 billion.
근데 지금 워낙 큰 변화가 일어나니까
The company called Sierra. The big changes are taking place at fast pace. Actually, if the company is too large, then the company would be faced with the innovator's dilemma. So in the vacuum, vacuum provides a space for the startups. So in Korea, just we need a leader like President Kim Dae-jung to change the world.
그래서 이 스피드가 제가 지난번에 있었던 이 이노베이션 웨이브를 탈 때에 비해서 제가 느끼기에도 10배 정도
Now I think the world is changing so fast, like 10 times faster than the world in innovation wave. Over the last decade, all smartest companies, smartest talents and money went to Silicon Valley with their accumulated experience. If they do not have enough money, then the money from Middle East is also gravitated to the Silicon Valley companies.
그러면 모든 돈을 공적 자금으로 넣어서 연구 개발
So the question is the state have to put in all the public capital?
사적 자본에 비해서 속도가
However, but I feel that the private capital moves faster than the public capital. But in this market, the speed is very important.
서포트하는 데이터가 예를 들면 Together AI라는 회사는
Now, let me give you an example. We have a Together AI, a company. The Stanford figures and a lot of smart doctors were gathered to create a company. This company received $20 million as seed money, and this company went through a lot of experiences. They bought GPUs and configured the GPUs into something strange, and in that process, they accumulate the knowledge and information. In order to get the public money, you have to wait for a longer time. But you can, and also so that you cannot do the experiments on time. But if you have a company with a great the investment return, then a lot of people will come to your company, and the company will receive a lot of attention. This person is the engineer that I had a discussion with this morning. When the integrated AI agent is generated, then new types of services, new types of characters will be generated. Then people will free from the timid chores. They will pay more attention on the important stuff. Not all problems are solved. When you create a startup and make presence in the global market, then those companies may grow into like a big company like Google. The well-being in the AI era is how to pursue the humanity. One way to do so is that we have to free education from the straitjacket style education. So we don't really have to memorize all the knowledge information that ChatGPT already knows. That information, that knowledge is useless in the future. So participatory education should be promoted. So my idea is that why don't we have open source created education content where teachers and students work together? I believe this history could be one domain for that experiment.
도시를 갔을 때
I was in Dresden at the end of August this year, and I had an opportunity to enjoy a concert, outdoor concert.
이게 제 아이폰으로 리코딩한 겁니다.
So this is my own recording using my iPhone.
그런 문화 활동이 앞으로 저는 더 많이 확산돼야 된다고 생각하고요. 사람들로 하여금
I show you this clip to emphasize that culture really needs to take on another boost, and I believe AI is going to help people better enjoy performances and events like this. AI will also help us to set the stage in a completely different level. And I personally believe that we need to continue to really work directly at Silicon Valley, in Silicon Valley. So that's another project of mine that I am currently working on. So with that, I'd like to finish my presentation. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, and I will answer to the best of my knowledge. So thank you very much, Professor Cha, for your presentation. Lots of historical flow based on your personal experience and knowledge. Thank you very much for sharing it with us. It's quite astonishing to learn that President Kim Dae-jung 44 years ago, back in 1981, already envisioned something that we now enjoy today. So the history of how the Silicon Valley and the semiconductor industry developed, how AI is going to change the way we work and we live was shared through your presentation, ending with how education should be transformed, what universities should be teaching and doing in the years ahead. So thank you very much for that presentation. So I'm going to start off by asking you some questions that I thought of, and then I will also ask the audience to share any questions or comments that they might have as well. So in your presentation, you show us the engineering heroes of Stanford. So Maurice Chang, who founded TSMC, and his pupil, Andy Hwang, who started NVIDIA. So Jensen Huang tells Maurice Chang that he really learned a lot from Maurice. So there's the technological aspect, various capabilities, the pricing, and of course dedication. But Jensen Huang says that I learned trust and integrity more than anything else from Maurice Chang. So technology, capacity, determination, and pricing are all important, but Jensen Huang is saying that trust and integrity is the most important thing that he learned as being important from Maurice Chang. So these are the trust and integrity. These are more, I would say, liberal arts kind of values.
잘못된 정보, 페이크 뉴스가
Now, living in the AI era, we all know of the big problem of fake news, misinformation, which is greatly damaging the important trust and integrity that Jensen Huang cites as being most important.
주장 같이 중요하다고 생각하는 거랑 또 우리가 AI
So it's somewhat ironic that these values of trust and integrity listed as the most important elements by the pioneers of AI, but being also damaged in the era of AI.
국공 전쟁이 벌어졌을 때 국민당과 공산당의 전쟁이
When the Chinese Communist Party set out a war against the Chinese government, which later got found settled in Taiwan, he escaped that war and went to the United States to study.
인문학을 해서 글로
And Maurice Chang felt that as a Chinese student, he didn't have much of a future in studying humanities or liberal arts in the United States. And that's how he moved to
박사과정까지 갔는데
engineering. But being a
스쿨들은 자격 시험을 두 번 봐서 떨어져 나가야
humanities major,
두번 떨어져서
he didn't really have a very strong background in mechanical engineering.
이제 자기가 이제 반도체가 당시가 막 반도체
So he failed
생기고 있을 때
2 times in entering
텍사스 인스못 들어가서
MIT as a mechanical engineering major. So that's why Maurice Chang went to Texas TI to work at Texas Instruments and try out his luck in semiconductor. Now, Texas Instrument is in Dallas, which was a very white
가면 학생이 물어보는
Caucasian society. So Maurice Huang had a challenging time settling in that area.
걸 강조합니다.
So he moved to California, Silicon Valley. And Maurice Chang always emphasizes that engineering majors must
밸런스를 갖추는
place their foundation on humanities and liberal arts. So he always reads a chapter of Chinese classics before going to bed. So I wanted to just share that episode. In terms of the fake information or the misinformation that we are faced with today, as humans, it's part of human nature to have false news, lies, and bad guys.
백가이스가 계속 공격할 때 사이버 시큐리티
However,
계속 만들어서
in the new era of AI, I believe we can have a stronger cybersecurity built up.
스타트업들이
So even though there are bad guys out there, we could
페이크
put in place really effective, good cyber cops
낼수 있는 대응할
with the help of AI
분야의
to filter out that fake news and misinformation.
또 교수들이
So again, here we need again the help of the scientists to develop such programs that is going to fight back the bad guys.
문제도 결국은 AI
And I am confident that the problem, which in part is caused by AI, can also be solved or countered through the help of AI. Well, thank you very much for that answer. Again, the emphasis of learning humanities and liberal arts. Again.
AI 산업의
So moving on to my second question. We want the AI industry to continue to develop, and since 2022, the ChatGPT is really the rage. And another problem, other than the fake news aspect, is that ChatGPT and AI uses up a lot of energy. So in order for the AI industry, AI to further develop, we need the semiconductor industry to keep up in terms of the growth. And the second pillar is how the energy sector is going to continue to support the AI sector.
모의 법칙에 따라서
So the semiconductor side, the chips, it's going to be covered by people like yourself and people in the science industry. How about the energy sector?
에너지를 어떻게 에너지 문제
Because energy is related to the environment sector, right? And in order for the AI to further continue its development, the energy issue has to be dealt with as well. So how do you see this moving on?
당면한 어려운 문제 말씀하셨는데
Yes, it's a very challenging issue indeed.
그래서 이게 이제 우리는 컴퓨터 사이언티스트는 세상을 볼 때 레벨 웹 섹션이라고 해서
Computer scientists look at the world in different layers. We're trained to see the world in different layers, and in each layer, people will work to optimize that particular layer. So the semiconductor layer will be optimized, and we will also be developing AI models, AI systems that uses very little energy as well. So that is a work in progress. We have just seen the advent of AI, and yes, as you mentioned, a spike in energy consumption is in fact a reality. That is why we are again studying nuclear power plants, power generation, working in more studies being held in the area of the SMRs, the small modular radio reactors.
석유를 시추하는 현장에서 가스가 나오는데 가스를 지금 다 태워버리는 거예요.
And also, when you do petroleum extraction, gas is generated by nature. So currently, or up till now, that gas was burnt and just discarded. But now we are trying to find out a way to harvest that gas and turn that into energy as well. So that work itself is also being propelled by AI. So I have one more question, and then we'll go to the floor for questions. I studied science history, and whenever there is new technology that evolves, society evolves with it, and
불평등이 결국은 사회의 불평등, 경제적인 불평등으로 이렇게
the
이어지지 않습니까?
gap in technology transcends to a gap in our social order.
GPT로부터 제가 지식과 정보를 얻기도 하지만
So people can learn from ChatGPT,
걔한테 주기도 하거든요.
but we're also giving
먹이를 주는 거죠, 먹이를.
our knowledge to ChatGPT. So in fact, we are feeding ChatGPT.
전문적인 지식을 쌓고
So I have been studying for 30, 40 years in this one field. And as I have my discussions, put in my prompts and get the answers from ChatGPT, I am somewhat feeding or giving away my 30, 40 years of knowledge, my expertise to the ChatGPT, right?
저희 전문직들이 이제는
So I
플랫폼
sometimes think that the knowledge workers might also become platform
올
workers.
수도 있을 것 같다는 생각이
And I feel that kind of transformation would lead to the collapse of the middle class, so to speak.
그리고 중산층의 위기 이런 것들이
So how do we address this economic inequality or the collapse of the middle class in the AI era? So what are your thoughts about that?
이 세상은 저는 이제 불평등한 데서부터 시작을 한 거죠.
Well, I would say the world by nature is
그런 모티브가 생겨.
not equal.
불평등하다면
And that's, I think, the starting point of humans trying to overcome the challenges or, move one step further.
어떤 미국이나 그런 사회 안에서의 불평등
In Korea, in the United States,
문제가 되는 것은
there is inequality, of course, in the domestic era. But I think what's more important is, or it's another area that we need to think about, is the inequality among nations. So right now we see the United States, the Silicon Valley, really sucking up all the investments, all the talents from the global stage.
많은 그런 국가 중에 리딩 에지를 가지게 되면
So you really have to think about how can we, as a nation, have or secure that leading edge.
우리가 미국 안에 들어가서 실리콘밸리 한 코너를 차지하자.
So the only way I can think of right now is to, to go into the United States, to go directly to Silicon Valley. If you want to tackle your enemy, you can't do it from afar. You have to go right into the heart of your counterpart and really start from there. We have historical evidence. Back in the ancient Korea times, Koreans would, settle in Chinese territory and kind of eat up that land. So I think the same kind of strategy can be applied to Korean companies, Korean entrepreneurs,
그 안에서
directly going into Silicon Valley, just like what I am doing right now, and try to close that gap among nations.
그래서 국가 간의 불평등을 제일 심각한 문제로 지금 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
So you have stated that the inequality among nations is another issue that we need to be thinking about as well. So I've used up all my questions. We're going to take one question from the floor. I take some questions from the floor.
네네.
국민제한진흥원 이사장 마영철.
I am Ma Yong-chul, the president of the National Promotional Agency. I asked AI that what kind of politics President Kim Dae-jung would do. AI said the reconciliation and cooperation with the North Korea. And the other answer is to address the social issues with the people participation. So whenever I asked the social question solution to AI, it took only 3 seconds to get an answer. So from that experience, I believe that the people participation would be the key to address the social problem resolution. So with the AI, combined with the people power, would be revolutionary strengths to change the society as a whole. What do you think about that?
사회 문제를 우리가 사회 문제 집중을 해서 푸는 방법이 있고
Sometimes we just focus on social problems to address them, and the other approach is that we try to shift the paradigm in the society. So in that way, we may change the social issues from the beginning. This is the abstract concept. And what would be the most necessary for the Korea in the AI era? I believe the answer is the education for the nation. So all people should develop knowledge to understand AI and to use AI. So it is not top-down.
저희가 인센티브를 받을 수 있는
From the bottom up,
서비스를 만든다는
people, maybe the government may create the service to benefit people.
빅데이터 연구원장을 할때
When I served as the Big Data Institute president in SNU, and at that time I opened the class at the evening. So whenever anyone could come into the class, so 1 week or 1 month course will be provided to the class participants. So a lot of people just came voluntarily to the class. So some of the students even changed their occupation after the coursework.
우리가 사회의 어떤 이 분야의 전문가들이 좀 사회적 사실 좀 AI 하는 사람들 되게 바쁘거든요.
Actually, AI experts are very busy. However, if they can share their time to serve the community by providing their expert knowledge in the form of education, that will be greatly beneficial to the society. In last semester in Seoul National University, I opened the class with the data revolution and startup. The class had the German student from Munich University. He never used the program, but over the 3 months course, he studied coding, programming on his own, and with my supervision, he navigated the internet to find the right information to train himself.
legal
Actually, he was legal law major, and with the new knowledge, he created Google-based prototype program. So after that, he became very confident about AI use. It wasn't really, it didn't take too much to develop that level of knowledge.
정말 의미 있는 게 아닐까 생각합니다.
It was very meaningful experience.
네, 네 선생님.
Korean semiconductor chip is mainly produced by Samsung Electronics. It seems that the Samsung Electronics lost some of its competitive edge these days, but from your presentation, now I understand Samsung Electronics is kind of out of competition due to the relations between NVIDIA and TSMC. My question is that how powerful that kind of relation is in the market. Is there any possibility that the relation would be swayed? If the relationship stays there, then the Samsung Electronics would keep losing its competitive opportunity because it has a huge influence over the national competitiveness.
너무 자본주의자.
Actually, when I made the presentation, my perspective, my delivery, the explanation was kind of really tilted toward the capitalism. TSMC and NVIDIA relation was shaped at first. NVIDIA was subordinated to the TSMC. They have technological and infrastructure talent dependence between the two companies. So fairness is not applicable to these relations. In business, you cannot force fairness. So in business, the key is how to secure unfair advantage. Like NVIDIA, like TSMC, and Samsung Electronics does not have the unfair advantage. It is hard to break. TSMC and NVIDIA would not try to change the relations. So what Samsung Electronics has to do, I believe Samsung Electronics has to be should be very venturous. So the company has to create its own playground where the Samsung Electronics can play in an advantageous position. If the Samsung Electronics is still placed in the relations or the playground created by TSMC and NVIDIA, Samsung Electronics would not have future. So that task has to be done earlier, but it's kind of belated. But however, the Samsung Electronics has to be venturous sufficiently. Rather than venturous, I believe the Samsung Electronics have to challenge the status quo. Samsung Electronics in the desperate position.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Che. I'd like to share a few words of concern on my part. Edward Franken pioneered the digital physics in MIT, and in the 1960s he made the foundation going over the AI winter, and in the 1980s he developed the AI engineering model through a competition. And he said something very interesting. In the history of 13.8 billion years of Earth, there are three major achievements. The second one is the birth of human beings or life, And then the third one is the birth of AI, the first being the Big Bang. And I fully agree to his remarks, and I consent to the powerful strength of AI or the possibilities of AI. But I believe there's nothing that is absolutely good or absolutely bad in this world. Everything has both the good and the bad. Bill Gates, back in the 1980s, already said that bad news travels faster than good news, bad things prevail faster than good things. I believe the political turmoil that we are facing today is very much linked to the fast spread of technology. The democracy as we know it, represented by the people, has sadly weakened. The way people judge is being challenged by technology, which allows people to see and listen to only things that they prefer. And I think that kind of trend has somewhat contributed to the creation of this political debacle or political turmoil that we face today. So watching the development of AI, I know people such as Kurzweil are saying that AI is going to outsmart people, and his predictions are becoming is expected to happen sooner than predicted before. So unless we come up with some dramatical change, I too feel that AI is going to outsmart people, and I fear that that is going to create a dystopia for humankind. But we are dealing with something that no human has experienced, and it is not something that engineers can solve or deal with alone. So I really feel that it requires across-the-board collaboration from the liberal arts all the way to top-notch scientists to really come up with a new order amongst ourselves, amongst humans, to deal with this unprecedented challenge or phenomenon. It's been more than a decade that we have been worried about people not thinking anymore. Writing, for example, is losing its prestige. So people are no longer writing for themselves. They're not thinking, they're not writing for themselves. And this, I think, really is a problem. And we need to think about what this would imply to the future of humankind. People are saying that AI is going to have an impact as big as electricity, as big as the internet. I don't mean to dispute that, but I do feel that we need to be looking at the bigger picture of what AI is going to do for mankind. So I wanted to hear your views on that aspect. Yes, a new era is indeed coming. And I had the good fortune of studying under the professor who really had pioneering thoughts. But still, even back then, I didn't fully understand the impact of the internet is going to have on our lives. Now, decades later, I now see how big the advent of the internet was. So AI, I believe, is going to be much more powerful than what we have seen already with the internet. European countries led by Germany, led by France, have introduced GDPR. They're trying to somewhat contain the negative aspects of AI. And I think this is an effort for the European countries to really secure their position against the United States. President Macron of France
레귤레이션을 이야기했더니 미국의 빅텍이 프랑스에 들어와서 연구소를 만들더라. 미스트랄 저 친구들이 그 빅텍이 만든
commented that the U.S. big tech companies
젊은 친구들이 미스트랄 창업을 한
are coming to Europe, coming to France,
그걸 이제 프랑스는
despite the fact that the French government has imposed stricter regulations on the AI research.
한 코너를 지금 확보한
So the French government is confident that imposing stronger regulation on AI is in fact not going to be an obstacle, but rather an added advantage. So I just wanted to share that episode with you. In this day and age, I would say there is no right answer for everything or anything. This prescriptive answer is not going to help us to solve the problems. We live in an era of experiments.
투게더 AI라는 회사를 제가 말씀드렸는데 그게 CTO를 맡고 있는 친구는 차이니스
The CTO, the Chief Technical Officer of Together AI, is a Chinese-born U.S.
AI 시큐리티 회사예요. 저는 이런
studied in the United States, and his wife is actually a head of an AI security company. So this shows that regulation and innovation is somewhat going hand in hand. So instead of saying, okay, put a cap on this, don't go into this area, we need to really think about how we can tackle it from both ends, innovation plus security and regulation.
오늘 그 강연 주제가 AI 시대의 일과 삶의
So thank you very much. We had a session under the title The AI Era, Work and Life.
분의 그 삶이 바뀌고 있는 것을 매일 경험하시는
The AI changes our daily life.
AI 시대의 일과 삶이 어떻게 새롭게
So how to balance work and life in the times of AI is the very question that we are dealing with. And this question has been addressed with Professor Cha. And also this problem, this question could be dealt by many experts and specialists. However, it should be us who find the ultimate answer to the question.
노벨 2024년 노벨 물리학상과 노벨 화학상을 받은
He mentioned Nobel Prize laureates in physics and chemistry. The recipients are the experts who have expertise in different domain knowledges. I heard a phone call that the Nobel committee telling the recipient of the Nobel Prize on the phone. One person was the person who retired from Google by saying that the AI development is dangerous. Nobel committee asked the recipient that why did you earn the Nobel Prize? Do you know there are the criteria to award the Nobel Prize? Actually, the Nobel recipients is the person who is recognized for his or her contribution to the greatest benefit for all. The answer, the recipient said that Nobel Prize to me means that I should be engaged at the AI safety research conductor. So that's what I heard from the episode and through the video. And I believe you also have
무섭지만 오늘 세션은
that
이것으로
thinking, that ideas while you are enjoying the presentation. Thank you for enjoying the discussion and the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to the moderator and the presenter.
네, 사실 좌장이신 우리 교수님께서 너무 잘 정리를 해주셔서
The moderator, Professor Jo,
흥미롭게 강연 함께
recapped the discussion and presentation very well. AI could be an opportunity. At the same time, we have to think about the AI safety.
기회로도 삼을 수 있지 않을까.
So AI should be served as a good opportunity for all of us.
얻을 수 있는
So it was a great presentation that we can expand our horizon and develop new thoughts. This is the very end of the morning session, and the lunch will be served in the first floor and second floor of this hotel. So please bring your coupon to enjoy the meal. And we will gather back after the lunch. So the afternoon session will start 1:30 for special speeches. So please enjoy our program until the very end. Thank you.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 1시 30분부터 김대중 100년 평화
Shortly from 1:30, we are going to start the afternoon session of the Peace Festival. Please come inside and please find your seats. For the smooth proceedings, please turn off your cell phones or put them on the vibrate mode. Shortly, we are going to start the second speech sessions for today's festival. Thank you.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 김대중
Under the theme of a march to peace and life with Kim Dae-jung, we are at the middle of the Peace Festival to mark the centennial of Kim Dae-jung. We are in the second day of the program. We are going to start the afternoon session of our program. Please make your way into the hall and find your seats. Thank you.
네, 여러분 식사 맛있게
Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy the meal? Your answer is not big enough. Did you enjoy the meal? Yes, I also enjoyed the lunch. So it pushes us to have a powerful opening of the second speeches. Before going into the second speech sessions, we have a surprise for you. To mark the centennial of President Kim Dae-jung's birth, there was the idea competition for the JeollaNamdo Future Peace Vision for the last 1 month. So a lot of ideas and business, the policy and business ideas were submitted to share a peace message based on Kim Dae-jung's spirit. And out of all those presenting ideas, 2 ideas were selected. The winning ideas were selected as they were relevant to culture and history of JeollaNamdo and Kim Dae-jung and for a sustainable future of JeollaNamdo. For the awarding ceremony, I would like to invite Executive Director Kim Sung-jae of Kim Dae-jung Peace Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairperson, the Executive Director Kim Sung-jae to the stage. 2 ideas were selected. Let me introduce those ideas. The first idea has a title of Conscience in Action, Democracy Heritage Tour in Jeonnam. And second idea is titled For Healthy Jeonnam with Increased Population Enjoying Daily Sport Ideas. So I look forward to the implementation of those great ideas into in our daily lives. Let me introduce our winners. As I call upon your names, please come forward to the stage. We have Lee Jae-won, Yoo Jung-hyuk, and Kim Dong-hyun. Ladies and gentlemen, please big hands for them.
네, 세 분께서는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Now let us award the prize for them.
김대중 평화센터 이사장상 수상자 이재원.
Recipient 이지원. The idea title is Conscious in Action, Democracy Heritage Tour in Jeonnam. The person above is to receive this citation for excellence of the ideas and the JeollaNamdo Future Peace Vision Idea Competition hosted by Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival, awarded by Governor Kim Young-nok of JeollaNamdo Province and President Kim Hong-up of Kim Dae-jung Peace Center.
네, 수상자에게는 상장과 함께
Along with the citations and the gift will be presented to the winner.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 사진 촬영은 한 번에 진행하도록 하고요.
Photo taking will be conducted after all, and the second awardee is going to receive the same
네, 먼저
citation.
이재원님의 사진 촬영 진행하겠습니다.
Okay,
정면 봐주시고요.
the Mr. Lee Jae-won will be in the photo taking.
여러분 박수 한번 보내주시죠.
Another big round of applause, please.
네, 축하드립니다. 첫
Thank
번째
you.
수상자 이재원님이었고요. 계속해서 시상 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 유정혁님과 김동현님
Next,
앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
유정혁 and 김동현.
네, 상장 이사장님께 전달 부탁드립니다. 김대중 평화센터 이사장상 유정혁, 김동현.
Recipients 유정혁 and 김동현. The title of idea is For Healthy Jeonnam with Increased Population Enjoying Daily Sport Activities. The content is the same.
수상자 두 분께도
For the two
상장과
recipients, citations and the gift are to be
꽃다발
presented.
전달 받으시고요. 부상 펜발 함께 드시고 정면으로
With the bouquet,
사진
please
촬영
hold
진행하겠습니다.
the panel for photo taking.
표정이 조금 어두우신 것 같습니다. 활짝 웃어주세요.
Big smile, please.
축하드립니다. 네, 이번에는 세 분 수상자 함께 다 함께
And
기념
all
사진 촬영
together we will take a
진행하겠습니다.
photo.
네, 이사님께서 가운데서 주시고요. 저희 정면 기념사진 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 이재원님께서 왼쪽으로 와주시겠습니까?
Mr. Jae-won, would
왼쪽으로
you move to
와주시고요.
the left-hand side?
네, 다 함께 수상자분들
Okay,
세
all
분과
together we
또
will
시상해주신
take you in
김성재
the
이사님과
pleasant
기념
memory.
사진 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 네, 멋진 아이디어를 내주신 세 분께 다시 한번 축하의
Another
박수
big round of
보내주시죠.
applause.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
세 분의 수상자께서는 자리로 들어가 주시면
So you may return to your
되겠습니다.
seats.
네, 그리고 시상으로 수고해 주신 김성재 상임
And
이사께도
thank you,
다시
Mr.
한번 뜨거운
김성재.
박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 선정된 아이디어들은
I hope the selected ideas could be well implemented to be the starting point of opening the era of happiness in JeollaNamdo province.
지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 앞서 저희가 오전 세션 때는 AI 시대
In the
일과
morning session, we haven't discussed with the presentation titled A New Balance of Work and Life in the AI Era. In the afternoon session, we will see how the Kim Dae-jung spirit is played out in the global
이번
stage.
강연은 두 개 파트로 나눠서 진행합니다.
We have two parts
세계
in
속에
this
흐르는
session.
김대중 대통령의 정신을 바라보는 세계인들의
The
생각을
how Kim Dae-jung spirit is received by the world will be the topics of the presentations. First,
역사적 유대 김대중과 동티모르입니다.
The
과제를
first presentation
맡아주실
will be
김대중 학술원
delivered
백학순
under the
원장님과
title
강연을
Historical
해주실 안토니오
Bonds Between
베네디데즈
Kim Dae-jung and East Timor,
대사님을 함께
or Timor-Leste.
모시겠습니다.
We
큰 박수
invite the
환영해
speaker,
주시기 바랍니다.
His Excellency Antonio Benavides from the Embassy of East Timor to Korea. The session will be moderated by Dr. Baek Hak-sun.
When I watched the award giving ceremony just before, I thought of the time of celebration, bicentennial of this of the birth of President Kim Dae-jung. Truly, this is this sessions in the afternoon is another occasion for celebrating the bicentennial of the birth of President Kim Dae-jung. This afternoon, we'll be having two very special sessions featuring two ambassadors to Korea. Ambassador Antonio Benavides and of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, formerly East Timor, to the Republic of Korea, and also Ambassador Georg Schmidt, German ambassador to Korea. Welcome, Ambassador again, and please join me in welcoming His Excellency Antonio Benavides, Ambassador of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste to Republic of Korea. Ambassador Benavides a brief introduction of his career. He was the ambassador designate of Embassy of Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste to, actually to South Korea this time. And he was formerly technical advisor for Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Resources, Timor-Leste. And he was also member of National Parliament of Timor-Leste. And he was the head of party's bench and member of Finance Commission. As many of you remember, President Kim Dae-jung worked very hard and trying to make contribution to the birth of the Democratic Republic of East Timor, Timor-Leste, and the historic bond between the two presidents, actually then president and the leaders over there, the first president and the second president, who is a sitting president now, and Kim Dae-jung himself, and also the relationship strengthened thanks to the all kinds of cooperation at various levels, at the top leadership level and also the people level. And we Korea also sent 상록수 부대 as part of peacekeeping forces when Timor-Leste was born. And so we tried in various ways to help the new nation to prosper, to survive and prosper. So it's a very significant title, a historic bond between Kim Dae-jung and East Timor-Leste. So that's the title ambassador chose himself. So you can sit here and speak, or you can take the podium, please. Okay. Again, you can, as you please. Maybe you can speak 30, 40 minutes, and after that we will have a question and answer period, and we'll wrap it up after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for your nice introduction. I'm staying here. I'm not going to talk about myself. I'm talk about the person that's a very, very significant, very unique to us, to Timorese. And I'm going to talk about Kim Dae-jung. Kim Dae-jung and the relationship with myself as ambassador, not for today, but for, the experience that I have, I hear, I saw a lot about Kim Dae-jung and through my leaders in Timor-Leste. However, before I proceed to my presentation, I like to ask two questions. One question about the feeling, and the second about your knowledge. The first question is, who can feel the presence of Kim Dae-jung, the presence of Kim Dae-jung here, right now? Who can feel it? Please share with us. First question. Please raise your hand. Yes, sir. Please.
장우철 선생. 예.
어제부터
Yes, actually, since yesterday we have been talking a lot about President Kim Dae-jung's legacy. We have been seeing videos about his activities, and I strongly believe that he is with us in presence, in spirit, as we proceed with the program.
We feel the presence of Kim Dae-jung here. And sir, for your sharing, I have a book here that written by my Prime Minister, Mr. Sanana Guzmão. He is also a good friend of Kim Dae-jung. So I'd like to give to you this book for you to remember us. The second question, don't use your GPT, just your knowledge. I know that Mr. Moderator already mentioned a little bit about our relation with Kim Dae-jung. So please, some of you might want to share, what do you know about Kim Dae-jung, the relationship between Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste? Please raise your hand, who can share with us? Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a good motivation to think about the president of Kim Dae-jung. I personally wonder, what do you have the memory of the moment with Kim Dae-jung? I just wonder about your personal experience with him. Thank you.
This I'm going to present in my presentation, but some of you might want to share one or two keywords, the relationship that we have with Timor-Leste, please. Yes.
네, 인도네시아의 외교 관계에서의 역할을 했다고 알고 있습니다.
President Kim Dae-jung played an important role in the diplomatic relations between East Timor and Timor-Leste and Indonesia when they were fighting for independence.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And here is a present for you. Please come forward. Right, please join me in my presentation. I have this in my slide, but I also have here my narrative. Then I'm going through this one, and I hope this will be around 25 to 30 minutes. Please don't get sleep and enjoy. Honored guests, esteemed college, and distinguished participants. Good afternoon, anong sayo, anong asayo. Boa tarde from Timor-Leste. As you can see in my outline, in my slide, I will highlight several key aspects of Timor-Leste philosophy and journey toward peace, human rights, and reconciliation. I will discuss how these foundational values have shaped the nation's approach to building a peaceful and resilient society, even after years of conflict. This journey has not only strengthened Timor-Leste internally, but has also allowed it to contribute on a global scale, particularly through initiatives like the Z7+, a group initially led by Timor-Leste to support peace and resilience among fragile states. I will continue with a look at the unique partnership between Kim Dae-jung and José Ramos Horta, whose shared commitment to peace and democracy foster diplomacy in Timor-Leste. Their collaboration exemplifies how international solidarity can positively impact local context. Kim Dae-jung's unwavering support for Timor-Leste during its crucial times of need reflected a vision of global peace that resonated deeply with the country's values. I will discuss how Kim Dae-jung's legacy, marked by diplomacy and compassion, has left a lasting influence on Timor-Leste. In my last presentation, I will explore the enduring impact of Kim Dae-jung's support and partnership, emphasizing Timor-Leste gratitude and commitment to uphold the lessons of peace, resilience, and global solidarity learned from this historic relationship. Through this theme, I hope to illustrate how partnership rooted in shared values can shape a legacy that benefits not only individual nations, but the global community at large. With honor and sincere gratitude, I stand before you today to pay the respect of the legacy of President Kim Dae-jung. His unwavering dedication to peace and reconciliation has served as a source of inspiration, not only for Korean Peninsula, but for the entire global community. As we mark the centennial of his birth, we come together in unity to celebrate his life's remarkable contribution, which continue to illuminate our shared effort toward peace, mutual understanding, and a harmonious relationship with nature. In my slide, I will begin by discussing Timor-Leste's long and challenging fight for peace, human rights, and democracy on the path toward independence. The journey was marked by immense resilience, as Timor-Leste endured centuries of colonization, starting in 1515, when it fell under Portuguese rule for over 450 years. In 1975, the struggle for self-determination faced another major obstacle with the Indonesian occupation, which lasted 24 years. Throughout these years, the people of Timor-Leste bravely resisted, uniting in both peaceful and armed movement to assert their right to sovereignty and freedom. This perseverance was rooted in the deeply held belief in their nation's right to self-determination, and despite the odds, Timor-Leste remained steadfast in its goal. Finally, in 2002, Timor-Leste effort came to fruition as it became the world newest nation. This hard-won independence stands as a testament to the courage and determination of the Timorese people, whose journey toward peace and democracy has become an inspiring chapter in modern society. This segment of my presentation will set the stage for understanding how these values continue to shape Timor-Leste's contribution to global peace and resilience today. This part of my presentation, I will highlight the remarkable reconciliation process between Timor-Leste and Indonesia, underscoring how this relationship evolved from a history of conflict to one centered on peace and understanding. Timor-Leste places a strong emphasis on forgiveness over retribution, choosing to prioritize reconciliation rather than stay on the wounds of the past. Rather than relying solely on prosecution, the nation embraced alternative form of justice that sought to heal rather than punish, recognizing that true peace requires building trust and cooperation rather than harboring division. This focus on reconciliation became fundamental to Timor-Leste's approach to peace and state building, allowing the nation to construct a stable foundation while setting an example of peaceful coexistence in the region. By sharing this experience, Timor-Leste demonstrates how a path of forgiveness and pragmatic approaches to justice can provide a viable route to long-term and stability. I would like to share with you as well the role of Z7+ in promoting peace and resilience. As part of the successful peace and reconciliation with Indonesia, Timor-Leste defined and formed Z7+. It was formed in response to a gap identified by fragile and conflict-affected states about the ways in which they could achieve Millennium Development goals established by the UN, which aim to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. The MDG focused on priorities which were not aligned with the real situation of many countries affected by conflict. Yet these countries were nevertheless measured against the standard set by MDGs and thus were so often shown to be failing. There was no strong representation from countries in a fragile situation during the negotiation of MDG framework to ensure the priorities were not using a one-size-fits-all approach. The Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, His Excellency Kairala Sanana Guzmão, used to say that we cannot achieve global development goals unless we first achieve peace in fragile countries. Prime Minister Sanana Guzmão's vision and Timor-Leste's central role in advocating for peace as a prerequisite to development. The third high-level forum on aid effectiveness in Accra, Ghana in 2008 concluded with issuing the Accra Agenda for Action, which called for the establishment of an international dialogue on peace building and state building, and asked for fragile countries to voluntarily monitor and monitor the implementation of the principles for good international engagement in fragile state and situation. 7 countries, Afghanistan, Central African Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, Sierra Leone, and Timor-Leste, volunteered to do the monitoring. Subsequently, these 7 countries became the founding members of the G7+, which was established in 2010 in Dili, Timor-Leste. Since then, the G7+ has become a platform to negotiate the principle of peace and reconciliation. The mission of G7+ is to support its member state in transitioning to resilience by engaging with actors at both the national and international level, in keeping with the motto, nothing about us without us, which stresses country-owned and country-led process of peace building and state building. Over the years, the G7+ has pursued this mission through 1. Facilitate peer learning and sharing of experience among conflict-affected countries in the areas of peace building, state building, and development. 2. Advocate for effective and country-owned and country-led cooperation in the areas of peace and state building, humanitarian, and development engagement that support achieving a resilient state institution capable of serving the citizens. 3. Promote homegrown peace through national dialogue and reconciliation founded on the principle of country ownership. Since then, the G7+ has been one of the global advocates that contributed to debate and adoption of SDG 16 on peace, justice, and effective institution as part of the Global Agenda 2030. The membership of the G7+ is currently comprised of 20 member states: Afghanistan, Burundi, Central Africa Republic, Chad, Comoros, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Liberia, Papua New Guinea, São Tomé and Príncipe, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Solomon Islands, South Sudan, Timor-Leste, Togo, and Yemen. Considering the importance of role the G7+ has played at the global level, the 74th session of the UNGA adopted a resolution 74/196 on the 18th December 2019, granting the G7+ an observer status at the UN. The observer status consolidates G7+ as an intergovernmental organization that has the potential to contribute to the overarching goals of the UN. The G7+ can now pursue its advocacy with much greater impact. The G7+ flagship program, Fragile to Fragile Cooperation, that encourages experience sharing between fragile countries, has also been recognized by the G7 in its declaration, Tackling Fragilities and Preventing Crises in Developing Countries, in Beatrice, France, in July 2019. The G7+ also supports the government of Timor-Leste initiative to promote reconciliation to young people who involve in the martial arts groups across the country, in addition to collaboration with community policing to share the importance of dialogue and reconciliation through sharing of lessons learned from G7+ member countries. Timor-Leste philosophy and journey toward peace, human rights, and reconciliation. The Timorese philosophy of peace is deeply rooted in the values of resilience, reconciliation, and unity that have been cultivated through centuries of struggle and colonial rule. For Timor-Leste, peace is not just the absence of conflict, but a continuous process of healing, forgiveness, and building a society where all are included. The traditional Timorese worldview emphasizes harmony with nature and among communities, an identical ethic that has guided their modern peace-building effort. The story of reconciliation between Timor-Leste and Indonesia is remarkable both for the process and its success. After gaining independence in 2002, the leadership of Timor-Leste prioritized forgiveness to forge a new relationship with its closest neighbor and to heal the battle scars within its own divided community. The process was supported by the Indonesian government, which was focused on democratizing politics and reforming its security institution. While there was international pressure to prosecute individual perpetrators of violence, the leader of Timor-Leste and Indonesia chose a model of reconciliation anchored in both peace building and state building. President Kim Dae-jung was one of the greatest heroes for democracy in Korea and in Asia. His election as president in 1997 signaled a great advance for democracy in Asia and as a whole. President JeollaNamdo, who is serving a second term of president of Timor-Leste 2007 to 2012 and 2022 to 2027, and recipient of the 1996 Nobel Peace Prize, was a key nominator of President Kim Dae-jung for the Nobel Peace Prize. President Ramos-Horta was assisted by Professor Han Jung-kim in writing the nomination of President Kim Dae-jung for the Nobel Peace Prize. The two worked together in a hotel room in Seoul to prepare the nomination. President Ramos-Horta was honored to attend the gala ceremony of the Nobel Award in Oslo on 10 December 2000. President Kim Dae-jung played a positive critical role in 1999 during the security crisis in Timor-Leste. Working side by side with President Bill Clinton and UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, they secured an unanimous United Nations Security Council resolution mandating an international force for Timor-Leste. President Kim Dae-jung's legacy for Korean people, including for the people of North Korea, is peace in the Korean people and continued dialogue with the North to preserve peace. Peace can be preserved only through patient, sustained dialogue, even when there are tension and setbacks. Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished participants. In this section of my presentation, I will explore the multi-phased support that Kim Dae-jung extended to Timor-Leste during its critical years of struggle and state building. First, his diplomatic efforts played a crucial role in mobilizing international attention and support for Timor-Leste independence. By advocating at a high level, including the United Nations, Kim Dae-jung helped to secure vital backing that elevated Timor-Leste cause on the world stage, reinforcing international commitment to its stability and autonomy. In addition, his administration offered essential financial assistance to help stabilize and rebuild Timor-Leste in the early stages of its independence. This support was more than just economic. It also represented a gesture of solidarity, helping Timor-Leste address immediate needs and invest in its future. Kim Dae-jung's moral support and recognition of Timor-Leste's struggle provided much needed encouragement to the Timorese people and their leadership. His words and action affirmed the value of their journey towards self-determination and showed that South Korea stood with them in their pursuit of peace and independence. Together, this form of support underscores Kim Dae-jung's commitment to global solidarity and his belief in the universal right to self-determination and democracy. The impact of Kim Dae-jung diplomacy. In this part of my presentation, I will delve into how Kim Dae-jung's diplomatic strategy significantly influenced Timor-Leste's path to peace and independence. First, his efforts in raising global awareness were pivotal. Kim Dae-jung's advocacy highlighted the Timorese struggle on international platforms, including the United Nations, encouraging other nations to recognize Timor-Leste's right to self-determination and commit to its support. By drawing attention to the Timorese cause, he helped build global solidarity, amplifying calls for independence and justice. Next, Kim Dae-jung played a role in brokering negotiations, which was instrumental in establishing international cooperation for peace in Timor-Leste. He coordinated with global leaders, including those from the United States and the United Nations, facilitating agreements that ultimately led to deployment of peacekeeping forces. His collaborative approach helped create an environment where constructive dialogue could flourish, ensuring that global powers work together to stabilize Timor-Leste during a sensitive transition period. Kim Dae-jung's diplomacy fostered cooperation between nations that might otherwise have had limited engagement with Timor-Leste. Through his efforts, South Korea extended both political and humanitarian support to Timor-Leste, setting an example for other nations to follow. His approach reinforced the idea of global cooperation in the pursuit of peace, showing that a collective effort was essential in helping Timor-Leste overcome the challenge of independence and build a foundation for long-term stability. Timor-Leste gratitude towards Kim Dae-jung. In this part of my presentation, I will discuss Timor-Leste's deep gratitude toward Kim Dae-jung, who remains a highly revered leader for his unwavering support during Timor-Leste's path to independence. Timor-Leste continues to honor Kim Dae-jung's memory, recognizing him as a true champion of democracy and human rights, who advocated for peace not only in his own regions, but also for nations like Timor-Leste. His efforts have led a lasting impact on the people, who view him as instrumental in securing their independence. The connection between Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste was one of lasting friendship, marked by mutual respect and shared values. Timor-Leste remembered his moral support, financial aid, and diplomatic effort, all of which were invaluable during times of crisis. The personal bond he established with Timorese leaders, particularly with President Jair Ramos Horta, is celebrated as a meaningful partnership that went beyond formal political alliance. This friendship became a symbol of hope and resilience, inspiring both leaders and citizens in Timor-Leste. Kim Dae-jung's enduring legacy lives on as a Timor-Leste strives to uphold the principles he championed. His influence remains visible in the country's commitment to peace, democracy, and human rights. Timor-Leste views him not only as a key figure in their struggle for sovereignty, but also as a guiding inspiration in their own journey toward maintaining these ideals. This profound gratitude and respect make Kim Dae-jung's legacy a foundational part of Timor-Leste national identity and their ongoing dedication to his vision of peace and cooperation. The legacy of Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste relationship. In this slide, I will cover the legacy of the relationship between Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste, which has left a profound impact on both countries on the global community. This partnership has served as a beacon of inspiration, encouraging countless others to support the cause of freedom and self-determination. The remarkable bond between Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste exemplifies how visionary leadership and shared values can make a difference in the lives of nations striving for independence and peace. This legacy has also shown the strength of international solidarity in promoting democratic values and human rights, a principle that both Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste leaders championed tirelessly. Their cooperation has set a powerful example of how unity and mutual support among nations can lead to a strengthened democratic institution, thereby creating more just and resilient societies. Furthermore, this relationship has built enduring bridges between South Korea and Timor-Leste, extending beyond political solidarity to foster cultural and economic exchanges. Today, this connection contributes to a vibrant relationship that reinforces mutual respect and collaboration, ensuring that the legacy of Kim Dae-jung's support for Timor-Leste continues to thrive. Through the lasting ties, both countries honor his vision, creating a sustainable model for peace, resilience, and cooperation across borders. I'd like to draw all of your attention here on the 4 lessons learned that we can take from the friendship, delve into the invaluable lessons learned from the historic partnership between Timor-Leste and South Korea under President Kim Dae-jung, particularly in the context of his Sunshine policy. This collaboration highlighted the art of diplomacy, where both nations demonstrate the power of diplomatic engagement and international cooperation as a means to resolve conflict, foster peace, and address complex global challenges. The Sunshine policy, which promoted peaceful engagement with North Korea, resonates with Timor-Leste's own peace-building efforts and underscores the shared belief that sustained dialogue can build bridges where division once stood. The unwavering commitment to human rights and the promotion of democratic values also form a core element of this partnership with both Timor-Leste and Kim Dae-jung, exemplify a steadfast dedication to these principles. This commitment not only define their individual path, but also strengthen the foundation of their alliance, offering a clear message to the world about the importance of human rights as a basis for peace and stability. The international solidarity played a crucial role with Kim Dae-jung's support, serving as a powerful reminder of how backing from the like-minded allies can empower smaller nations in their quest for peace and independence. For Timor-Leste, this solidarity from South Korea represented a tangible encouragement in a time of need, reinforcing the role of global partnership in helping achieve national aspiration and secure democratic futures. I'd like to emphasize and reiterate that Kim Dae-jung's peace philosophy, grounded in dialogue and reconciliation, align seamlessly with Timor-Leste's journey to independence. His Sunshine policy, built on the idea of engaging peacefully with adversary, mirrors the approach that Timor-Leste leaders adopted in seeking reconciliation with Indonesia post-conflict. This shade of philosophy serves as a lasting example of how patient, sustained dialogue and reconciliation can open doors to peaceful resolution and mutual understanding, leaving a legacy of peace and resilience that continues to influence both nations today. By learning from its past and focusing on sustainable development, Timor-Leste is laying the groundwork for a peaceful and a prosperous future. Timor-Leste's success in building and sustaining peace is no accident. It has been the result of intentional, systemic effort focused on improving the country's pillars of positive peace. Our journey mirrors that of South Korea, where Kim Dae-jung's vision for peace laid the foundation for a brighter future. As we move forward, our two nations, linked by sharing histories of struggle and triumph, continue to draw strength from leaders like President Kim, whose legacy of peace reminds us that a better world is possible. Kamsahamnida. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Benavides, for your powerful and detailed recollection and also explanation about the historic bond formed between President Kim Dae-jung and Timor-Leste. And I was very much touched by, bandage, which is, continually being strengthened between the two countries. at various levels again, at the top leaders level and the middle level and the people's level and all the levels we can think of. One thing I was impressed in your presentation was, besides all important items you talked about, was regarding the Kim Dae-jung's philosophy, peace philosophy, and the philosophy deeply rooted in dialogue and reconciliation was closely aligned with East Timorians' path to independence and also their efforts to seeking reconciliation and peacemaking with Indonesia as well. So, would you like to give us some kind of more thoughts about that?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess some of you, or most of you, might familiar with our relation with Indonesia, in 1975. Actually, under Portuguese, as I said, for 150 years, and under Indonesia occupation, 24 years. We Timorese, we don't have any problem with the people of Indonesia. We don't accept the regime of Indonesian government. In that case, actually, what I'm trying to say here is more with the military actions that took place in 1975 to 1999. After Portuguese left in 1974, and in 1975, we declared our independence. But only a few days later, Indonesia came to Timor and declared that Timor-Leste is part of Indonesia. And who actually work closely with Indonesia? Some are from our brothers from Timor-Leste, Timorese people. And now most of them are now in the west of Indonesia. So we have west of Timor. So we have west and then we have East Timor. And because we are brothers, Timorese, we are Timorese, some already left Timor-Leste, live in Indonesia in the west of Timor. We say that we are brothers, we continue, we are brothers, we are Timorese. You choose to live with Indonesia in West Timor, we want independence. We live here in Timor, in East Timor, but we still brothers. You are most welcome to come to Timor, and we believe that, and we are doing now that we also visit them in the West Timor. In the beginning, not easy after 99 because of killings. We call it militias that are supported by Indonesian military, support the militias to kill us. So we kill each other in that time, in 1999. So after they left Timor, they live in Indonesia, and we, our government, work closely with the Indonesian government to facilitate our discussion between Timorese from the west and east. We sit together and we decide, we are Timorese, let's work together. You can live in Indonesia, in the west of Timor, we are here, but we are brothers. Let's work together. Then we try to forgive. In the beginning, it's not easy, takes time, but at the end, we hug each other and we say that we are brothers. Forgive them, forgive the Indonesian government, and then now we build a very good relation with Indonesia and also with our brothers that live in the West Timor, in Indonesia. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Here, before I open the floor to the audience, I'd like to share with you some information on the so-called 1999 security crisis you mentioned in your presentation, and also your explanation just before. President Kim Dae-jung participated in APEC summit, which was held in Auckland, New Zealand in September 1999. APEC is the acronym of Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. So APEC summit is supposed to deal with economic affairs only. That has been tradition. The countries involved in APEC meeting try not to get involved in political and military affairs so that they could promote economic cooperation more easily. And so, but President Kim Dae-jung, watching what's happening in East Timor at that time, Indonesia supported militia, just massacring people. Maximum 1/3 of the whole population. President Kim Dae-jung thought this is an issue which cannot be ignored by the leaders at the APEC summit. So he talked to Jiang Zemin of China and Obuchi of Japan and Bill Clinton of the United States and others. And they at first responded in a quite mediocre way, but President Kim Dae-jung was very consistent in persuading them, and finally they agreed. And one of the ministers of Indonesia were there at the APEC summit and just learning about the atmosphere in which the leaders of this meeting tried to put pressure on Indonesian government to stop the massacre in East Timor. And so he called the Indonesian president, and just that night, that evening, Indonesian government decided to stop the militia. They supported militia killing people anymore. And that was a critical moment. The reason I am telling you this in detail is because some of you may understand Kim Dae-jung's peace policy as something applied to the Korean Peninsula only, but that's not the case at all. His effort to promote human rights, peace, and democracy in East Timor at that time, and also in Myanmar, supporting Aung San Suu Kyi. And so that was one of the reasons why he was respected as a world leader. That's something I wanted to share with you. And now I'd like to open the floor. So if you have any questions regarding this subject he presented, and also anything about Timor-Leste's relationship with Korea, and also I personally am interested in the current relationship between Timor-Leste and Indonesia. And so please raise your hand, anybody who are interested in all these subjects and others related to Timor-Leste. The ambassador must have given you a perfect presentation, so there is no questions at all. But let me ask you this question. When did you personally get to know President Kim Dae-jung?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I start from 2000, because when our President Ramos Horta is one of the recipients of Nobel Peace Prize in 1996. And then in 2000, Kim Dae-jung is one of the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, because in Timor-Leste, we always follow the news, who is the famous leader in the world. And I try to, he's from Korea, South Korea. He's from South Korea. Then I try to read, personally of his biography, and I discussed this with my current president, President Ramos Horta. I said, what are the criteria people to be the Nobel Peace Prize laureate? And he said, you have to fight for the peace, democracy, you have to brave, you have to talk about, and you have to have the vision to convince people that what you think, the peace, reconciliation, is human rights, is something that you have to fight for. And Kim Dae-jung is the man. And as also, I quote from his paper. He said that, you know, he was one of the key nominator, the key person that nominated Kim Dae-jung for the Nobel Peace Prize. So personally, you know, and now I'm in Korea. Before I came here, I tried to understand all the situation that happened here. And I was luckily when I arrived here on the 8th of October last month, and then it's already on my table, the invitation to join this very special event here. So I said to my secretary, I said, you know, let me finish my thing with the MOFA, and then I'm more than happy to join this event. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, sir, for participating in this historic event.
Ambassador.
You know, Ambassador mentioned two names actually who are, you know, historically, you know, famous in Timorians and Timorian last independence movement. Jose Ramos Horta and also Sasana Guzman. When there was a presidential election, Sasana Guzman was elected the first president of newly born country, Timor-Leste, and Ramos Horta was also very closely cooperated with President Kim Dae-jung in his effort to, achieve independence in over there, is now sitting president of Timor-Leste. So the first president and the current president are two most important figures who very closely cooperated and worked with the President Kim Dae-jung. So all those are historic figures you can find later in the history textbooks in terms of the relationships between the two countries. Professor Oliver Richmond, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for a very interesting talk. I have a question for you very specifically about what we can learn from the last 20 or so years of peace building and development in Timor-Leste. I mean, you mentioned conflict sensitivity, you mentioned local ownership, and I'm just wondering if you have any further thoughts about the innovations that we can bring to the international community from the Timor-Leste experience, building on the contributions here of Kim Dae-jung, and how then could we modify peace building and state building, which you mentioned, as better forms of practice?
Professor, at the end, what we are trying to do, why you want to achieve peace? Because you want the development, economic development. So at the moment in Timor-Leste, we are open. Our door is open for all the nations. We have no block. So all our friends, all our brothers and sisters, to keep that internally, we have to have peace internally. And because our relation with Indonesia before was not so good, so we try to reconcile that. We try to forgive. And the support of Indonesia continue needed as our neighbor country. And also we open our door for all the countries, include Europe. And Europe also support a lot of Timor-Leste through financial aid, provide support in the human resource, expertise. So as I said, Timor-Leste continue opening our door. And as one of the small nations, we continue need support, especially in the human resource and education. So what we are focused on, and again, this also we working closely with South Korea, with the universities, to get more scholarship, so that our people, our young people, they can continue study. We understand the past, we remember the past, but we have to move on. So now our focus will be on education. So we work, we make sure our young people well educated. So we open door for discussion, for support, and also asking for support for the scholarship from developing countries to support and to educate our young people so we can follow, we can live in the modern, really in modern society. I hope I answer your question, sir. Thank you, Professor.
Maybe the time is up, as a matter of fact, and thank you again, sir. Please give Ambassador Benavides a big applause of thanks, please.
네,
By this,
고맙습니다.
the session has adjourned.
네, 백학순 원장님과 안토니오
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to the speaker and the moderator. We have been dealing with many aspects of Kim Dae-jung. However, 2 days are not enough. However, through this session, we can see the peace aspects of Kim Dae-jung's philosophy. Reconciliation and forgiveness were the backbone of national development. East Timor overcome a lot of difficulties. It could be a good example for the world.
첫 번째 파트 마치도록 하고요.
This is the end of the first part of the speech session. So we will take a 20-minute break. So we will resume the session at 2:50. Thank you.
네, 아직 로비에 계신 참석자분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 뒤부터 김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌의 마지막
Shortly, we are going to start the part 2 of special speech sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, please come inside and take your seats. And please turn off your cell phones or put them on the vibrate mode. Thank you.
자, 여러분, 그럼 지금부터 김대중
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second special lecture of the second day of the Peace Festival. This presentation will be under the title Kim Dae-jung Thoughts on His Legacy from a German Perspective. Once again, as the moderator, we have Dr. Baek Hak-sun, and as the speaker, we have His Excellency Georg Schmidt from the German Embassy in Seoul, in Korea.
I am back again, and this is the last session of this festival, and we are truly honored to have the German ambassador to Korea, and Germany, as you know, is a very special country in the sense that the Germans and German leaders consistently supported President Kim Dae-jung when he fight for democracy and human rights in 1970s and 80s and all the way. And President Richard von Weizsäcker and also the Willy Brandt, Chancellor Willy Brandt, and others were constantly helping President Kim Dae-jung in his very serious and difficult fight in Korea. And German leaders did whatever they could do to save Kim Dae-jung's life in 1980. And also, you might recall that it was in Berlin, specifically more in detail. It was at the Free University of Berlin, Free University of Berlin, when President Kim Dae-jung proposed a new policy to North Korea, so-called Berlin Declaration. So if you think of Germany, if we think of Germany, Germany is one of the closest countries in our minds who we are thankful for their support to President Kim Dae-jung. Thank you again, and please join me in welcoming His Excellency Georg Schmidt, German Ambassador to Republic of Korea. Maybe you can speak sitting here, or you can take the podium if you like, as you please. Okay, and maybe you can speak about 30, 40 minutes as you like, and after that we will have question and answer period. Thank you, sir.
Yes, dear Professor Pike, ladies and gentlemen, 안녕하십니까? 독일 대사 게오르 슈미트입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다. Yeah, I think it's nicer to stand up because when you sit, you feel your voice gets more slow, and you heard so many speeches today already, so I admire you that you spend your time. It's a beautiful sunny day, and instead of taking a walk on the beach, you come here to get together and to listen to speeches and talks and thoughts about Kim Dae-jung. So I appreciate that, and I felt very honored to be invited by the organizers here. Because when I thought, what should I say, what can I contribute? There's so many eminent scholars here in the room who know Kim Dae-jung much better than I will ever know him. There's so many people who living in Korea, who being Koreans have a personal connection which is very direct. So I asked myself, what can I tell you? Is there anything new but I can contribute to this? So I thought what I can do is I can speak from a very personal position and from my personal experience. So this will be a German perspective, but forgive me, it's also related to me as a person. And why do I say that? Because I was born 1963, so you can all calculate my age now. But when I was a fairly young student, I was curious to see the world, and I ended up in Asia. I ended up in Hong Kong, Japan, China, Taiwan, also in Korea, the first time 1987 as a traveler. As a traveler, you don't care about politics, you just want to have a good time and enjoy yourself. But I was a student at that time in China, and I could see the hope for democracy in Korea actually being fulfilled in 1987. And I remember watching the Olympic Games on television in Seoul in 1988, and the commentators kept saying, like, this is a new Korea. This is a Korea that has not only achieved economic prosperity, but that has also achieved a rule of law, that has achieved freedom, that has achieved a degree of democracy, which in the region was quite a strong signal. And I remember many of discussions, I was in Hong Kong that time, which was a colony, but many discussions about that. And so there was a contrast. There's the hope and the positive feeling in Korea. And then 1989, you saw the same or a similar hope for democracy actually being smashed in China, in Tiananmen Square. Not only Beijing, but also in many other places. That was quite a shock to many of my Chinese friends also, who wouldn't have expected that their own army would start shooting their own people. Well, they hadn't heard of Gwangju. So. And I remember as a student, we had many discussions. When you go there, people ask you about Germany, about your own experiences. You keep comparing the country where you are to the country where you come from. And there are lots of discussions about Asia versus the West. And so often the West was confronted with stereotypes. Europeans were seen as like selfish, individualistic, materialistic. And then many of my interlocutors, they would say, but we Asians, we are family-oriented, we are community-oriented, we're more spiritual. And this whole thing came then back as the so-called Asian values debate in the 1990s. And there's one particular moment, and here I'm coming now to Kim Dae-jung, when I read his article in Foreign Affairs in 1994. So this is published exactly 30 years ago, and in November 1994. And I read it once, and I don't know how many times I have been rereading it since then. And I think still I reread it also before coming here when I thought what to say. Because why is this article so relevant, or why was it so relevant to me? Because it pierced through the whole idea of culture as destiny. And it was a rebuttal to others saying that, oh, we are Asians, our cultural values are not compatible with Western values of Western-style democracy and human rights. And so it reminded me of so many of my discussions that I had as a student. And if I look at the article, Kim Dae-jung, he quoted many sources of Asia for human rights. For instance, Mengzi on the value of dignity and others, and the rule of law. So he basically in this article said there's nothing incompatible with our value system with human rights and democracy. So I quote him now, instead of making Western culture the scapegoat for the disruptions of rapid economic change, it is more appropriate to look at how the traditional strengths of Asian society can provide for a better democracy. So in other words, he said, look into your own cultural roots, start searching with an open eye, and you will find many references to human dignity, to the rule of law, to fairness, maybe not to the system of democracy, but to the underpinning values that brought us where we have. I'm quite sure that totalitarians everywhere must have hated Kim Dae-jung for this article, because they often hide behind, oh, it's not in our culture. It's good for you, but it's not good for us. We can't do that. And his article had a strong influence on me personally, but I also know many people in Germany read it, and I'm very sure that many people also in other Asian countries read it and say, look, if the Koreans can have it, why can't we do it? And I would actually dare to go even beyond Asia and Europe. You can look in many, many cultures and histories, and you find that there is this aspiration for fairness, to do good, to keep to rules for all of equality. You have to look hard, but you can find it in many, many others. Whether it's practiced or not, it's a different question. But you find the ideals, because to me, they're very human. Human beings have this hunger for justice in themselves. And here comes also the next important argument to me about Kim Dae-jung. Culture is not destiny. It's not static. It's not like a law of gravity or something that you can't do it. Culture is basically, it's us. It's not a kind of superhuman force. Take, for one instance, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. in 1948. This was a text written right in the aftermath of the Holocaust against the Jews, initiated from my country, from Germany. So 3 years later, people sit together and they want to draft a document about universal human rights. And there was actually a strong influence of Asian thinkers on the drafting process. It's not so well known. There was an eminent Chinese scholar, Chang Pengchong, at that time from the Republic of China. There was a famous Lebanese intellectual, René Malik, and there was a lady from India, Hansa Mehta, who was also part of the drafting committee. By the way, she changed the introduction from all men are born free and equal to all human beings are born free and equal. Very important change. And if you look at this phrase, all human beings are born free and equal, that's not a phrase that kings and queens in Europe or anywhere else would have liked to hear. So it was very radical, but it was nothing that if you say, I'm born as a king, then the whole idea is that you're not equal. So you can see how radically new this is for any kind of culture to have these ideas. Slavery was common in many, many parts of the world. So when dealing with Kim Dae-jung's thinking, it led me also to dig much deeper into European history. And actually, if you take a closer look, there is not only a strong resistance against democracy and human rights in Asia that hides behind cultural values there very often, but there's a lot of Europeans or Westerners, I don't like the term Westerner because I think it's hard to say what is the West, but there are many, many people also who oppose liberal society, who don't like pluralism, who don't like individualism. If I look at my own country, if you look at, for instance, German Romanticism, it was longing for an imagined, beautiful, bucolic past that never existed that way. And they didn't like modern life at all. We have important writers in Germany who idealize heroes, and they look down on traitors. They like a cult of death. They say you have to die for your ideals. You cannot just live and trade and deal with the differences. And very often totalitarian leaders use that for their own ideology. And the Nazis in Germany are one of the most prominent, and look what they've done first to Germany and also to all our European neighbors. So I would get very careful when I see a cult of a leader wherever I see it. Let me come back to the Asian values debate. This happened 30 years ago. But if you look at it, the topics for the discussions are still very much with us. Because you find this cult of a leader in many places. Here you just need to go some kilometers north and you find it in North Korea. You can find that the Communist Party in China also claims that democratic values are incompatible with Chinese culture. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they are so angry about Taiwan, because Taiwan is an example that you can have a traditional Chinese society which lives with democracy and human rights, and which does quite well with it. If you look at Russia, the Russian leadership now, they also want to set up their own orthodox religious ideology against what they call a decadent West. And I think using some part of Kim Dae-jung's cultural clarity and analytical spectacle helps me at least, and would help others also, to pierce through this culture is destiny line of argument. And so it's not so much just Asian values against Western values. It's very much like, are you in favor of a liberal world order, or are you finding yourself more comfortable with an illiberal world order? We have an ambassador, we have a system, one of the EU's member countries, where the Prime Minister says we are an illiberal democracy. Interesting word, choice of words, an illiberal democracy. So, and between those extremes, there are lots of shades. And the debate of that is very complex, but just reducing it to cultural differences, I would say, doesn't really help for clarity. And if I look at the ongoing election in the United States of America, you see a clash of different visions in what people call the biggest country of the West. So it's not the West against the rest, it's deep divisions within our own countries that we have to deal with. So again, reading Kim Dae-jung 30 years ago helped me to be much more helped me to have more clarity on this thought, and it opening the doors between cultural destiny. So it's interesting, here's a young German who reads Kim Dae-jung in China as a student, and by this goes all the way and starts relearning or trying to relearn about also European history. And it could have been another intellectual, but for me personally, it was Kim Dae-jung. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not only his words, of course, that we are sitting here, because many people have said similar things and very erudite analyses of their surrounding. But I think it's also his deeds. When I reread his acceptance for the Nobel Peace Prize, he himself said that he was been near death 5 times, 6 years in prison, 40 years in house arrest. And this is some courage which impressed so many everywhere. And so when I think of him also going into exile, I think, are we doing as free societies enough for people today who run for exile, who need the protection? Would we welcome them with open arms as much as other countries have welcomed Kim Dae-jung? Do we do enough for their protection? Not everyone will be able to come to fame, but I think we should sometimes think about maybe one of them will be, and if they get the help from the country that we are based in, it's a good thing. I think his courage is also very interesting and very important when it comes to reconciliation. And no German cannot be touched by Kim Dae-jung choosing Berlin as the place where he actually declares his Berlin Declaration. I mean, Berlin, the German capital, which has been through so many ups and downs in its history. And here comes Kim Dae-jung and he chooses this place. Here comes a politician who has very close connections with Willy Brandt from the Social Democratic Party, as well as Richard von Weizsäcker, a conservative. So that must say something about his personality, that he cut across the political spectrum also in Germany. And it's a testimony to a character who very much tried to live up to his ideals and reach out to different sides. I'm try to live up because as a human being, everybody has also shortcomings. But I think his appeals for balance while having a very strong inner compass, that's something that resonates to me as a German. This year we are celebrating 75 years of our Grundgesetz, of our constitution. And this constitution starts with the first article. It talks about human dignity as a core principle. Remember I talked about Mengzi and human dignity? So they were looking, I don't think they were reading Mengzi, but you have some similarity here. And it's the first sentence in our constitution, that it shall be inviolable. And protection of individuals from the state. But at the same time, this constitution always breathes the spirit of balancing. You cannot have absolute freedom. You have to have balance with all collectives. Like your freedom ends where the other person's freedom begins. There are different rights, and it's a very carefully constructed edifice, I would say, which is not absolute here or there, but which always weighs like the advantages, the pros and cons. And it's designed in a way that it's flexible enough to deal with changes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived. And it talks a lot about our social market economy. So it takes into account that individuals want to strive, move forward, excel, be better. But we need society as a whole also to take care of the others. So a welfare state is something very important. And from my reading of Kim Dae-jung, he was attracted by the idea of a welfare state, that you have to somehow create mechanisms also to balance between the rich and the poor and to bring along the ones who are not that strong. And I think for me, compromise culture is not a bad word. To me, it's something very positive. But it rests on generally accepted rules. Or in other words, it's fine to disagree as long as we agree how to disagree. Internationally, I think compromise is also very important between countries and different systems. So when I read Kim Dae-jung's texts, what strikes me is like peaceful coexistence. And again, from a German perspective, we lived in a divided country, in a divided continent that was locked in a deadly confrontation with a threat of mutual destruction. That was the first important step to say, we don't agree with you, but let's have peaceful coexistence. Let's not kill each other because we would both end up not better off. But what's the line then to give in to blackmail or not? Willy Brandt, one of Kim Dae-jung's role models for overcoming our national division, he knew very much the balance between strength and to talk from a position of strength and clear principles on the one hand and compromises on the other hand. If you follow German history, as always, it's based on we will not be bullied, we will not do this and this, but yes, we're willing to take compromises in different shades. And so there's firmness and flexibility. And in my humble opinion, this is also what Helmut Kohl then later followed in his policy. And it's very tricky because we feel in European history we've seen where appeasement leads to, and appeasement leads to much greater demands for dictators. So in today's world, I'm quite sure that German chancellors from Willy Brandt, Helmut Schmidt, or Helmut Kohl, I had the privilege to work for Helmut Kohl when I was a young diplomat, it was very impressive. I think they would have not doubted that we need to support Ukraine in its struggle, because that support can create a peace which is a just peace and not just a surrender. Let me finally speak of one other important quality that impressed me with Kim Dae-jung, and that's hope. Learning about his life, I think it strikes me how he maintained his hope for a different career, facing so many personal challenges. I talked about it, arrest, imprisonment, almost killed. And to me this is incredible. How can he maintain this hope? How can he stay like this? How can he not give up? This is quite an inspiration. And I think we as diplomats, we need hope in our lives. Look around you at the situation. The war in Ukraine now even involves North Korean soldiers, which I feel is first and foremost a humanitarian disaster. It's a tragedy for those people who are sent there who might not even know why and what they're dying for. It's also a political issue, but first it's a humanitarian issue. We see the war in Israel, Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, Sudan, Myanmar, to name but a few. But with all that, I think as a diplomat, we should never, ever give up hope. And there is some hope also. Probably not many of you have read the report about a pact for the future, which was passed this year at the United Nations General Assembly. It's 30 pages, 56 actions in different fields, include diplomatic action, the rule of law, human rights, international finance, the reform of the Security Council, and 147 countries managed to vote in favor. 6 were against, amongst them Russia and North Korea. And the document, you can say, oh, it's far-fetched, but it's guided by at least the hope that we need the United Nations, that we need international law, that we need rules that are applying for smaller countries and big countries, and we need cooperation to address challenges. Climate change doesn't care whether you're in North Korea or South Korea. Climate change doesn't care, or the pandemic doesn't care whether you're in China or the US. The virus is very egalitarian, very communist, so to speak. So we need cooperation on that. And I'm proud that Germany and Namibia, a former colony of Germany, but now a strong friend, that we managed to bring this resolution, this text together and managed to create, amongst all the difficulties, a sense of hope, at least. And maybe if Kim Dae-jung would have been alive, I think he would have been a natural partner for an initiative like this. Now you can say there are many inspirations of hope, whether it's Kim Dae-jung, whether it's politicians like Nelson Mandela. I also saw on the program that you had someone talking about Desmond Tutu here, who himself once called himself a slave to hope. We heard about the East Timor experience, which is very inspiring for so many around the world, also not giving up hope despite a long and hard struggle that was so difficult for so many. And the hope, and we just exchanged our words, and I think it's a very impressive example that also that East Timor walked a path of clearly stating where they want to be in independence, but also a path of reconciliation with their neighbor, which I think is very inspiring for so many. And also for hope, if I look at a German philosopher who doesn't celebrate his 100th birthday, but 300th birthday, that's Immanuel Kant. If you read the works of Immanuel Kant, he reminds us that you need to be hopeful in order to change anything to the culture. So the idea of hope, I would say, cuts also across cultures. Otherwise, I, as a German diplomat, would not stand here and confess that Kim Dae-jung, for me personally, is one source of hope and admiration. I think Korea can be very proud of him. I think you all can be very proud of him. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ambassador Schmidt. His, recollections and perspective on the legacy of President Kim Dae-jung, and particularly, I was very much impressed. In addition to others, which we'll touch upon soon, that thing was regarding courage. Courage, you emphasized the importance of courage. And as long as I understand Kim Dae-jung, when he used the concept and importance of courage, the courage intrinsically contained fortitude and justice. By fortitude, we mean a courage and a tenacious, long period of duration with repeated new beginning. You do not give it up. You begin again and again after going through all kinds of ordeals. That's courage, that's a fortitude. The other was justice. He believed in the justice of history as well, as we all know. So I thought I might forget about this, so I made some comments on it first. Before I open the floor, let me say some questions and comments as well. It was very interesting for you recall you're reading about Foreign Affairs article, which Kim Dae-jung, which appeared in the November issue of 1994, which was a rebuttal to the previous issue article, March and April issue of that journal, in which the famous journalist Farid Zakaria and I had a conversation with Lee Kuan-yew of Singapore, who basically argued that culture is destiny. In other words, for Asians, democracy is not suitable. It's not their culture. So Kim Dae-jung basically rebutted that argument, debunking so-called the myth of anti-democratic values among Asians. So you mentioned that, and and most recently, I had a conversation with the professor teaching at Seoul National University, and he was so impressed by that article, and so he made it a rule to have his students read that article again and again. So it was so nice to hear you mention about Kim Dae-jung's the famous foreign affairs article, "Culture is not destiny." And so if you think about culture between East and West, and European and Asians, and also the current difficulties because of the problem of war and peace. Not only in Ukraine and Middle East and other areas of the world. What kind of feeling or attitude assessment do you have when you try to understand the problems of conflict or war, which basically involves the conflict of cultures?
Well, speaking from a European perspective, and forgive me for being very direct, it's to me quite an achievement that Russia can manage to sell its war in Ukraine as an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial struggle. Because this to me is a typical imperialist struggle. It's one country attacking the neighbor, and not just attacking and withdrawing, but attacking, occupying the territory, taking away the language, saying you all have to speak Russian now, and still many countries in faraway places, like in Africa, Latin America, they feel, oh, Putin is standing up for a more just world order. And to me, this has a cultural dimension. You ask about culture, because there is a whole cultural underpinning, if you watch Russian media, that they say, yes, we are orthodox, we are traditional, we hold up the values, we're not decadent. For us, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, we have the traditional family values. So he paints like a picture as if it's a cultural war. To me, it's very much a power struggle. But the fact that he is so successful in many shows that so many people feel that they're very unhappy with what happened after, I would call it, the end of history. So we are all paying the price because people say like, but what happened in Iraq? What happened in Libya? What happened in Syria? Now, as a German diplomat, I can tell people Germany was not okay with Iraq, with the Iraq war in 2003. As a German diplomat, I can tell you we were not happy with the intervention in 2011. We were in the Security Council, we abstained. The Americans were very, very unhappy with us. That's why, for instance, I also don't like the word the West. What is the West? What are Western values? If you ask a little bit deeper, also cultural values, you come to extreme changes. I take one example, the death penalty. As Europeans, we feel strongly about the death penalty, that it shouldn't be there. The United States of America has the death penalty. Japan has the death penalty. So is it the West? Is it not the West? And if you go one step deeper, we only abolished the death penalty in 1949. Much earlier than many other European countries. East Germany only abolished it in the 1980s. So I think the culture, and that's coming back to your question, sorry, it's a long way. It's not like there is a fixed culture here and a fixed culture there. It's the way we do things, it's the way we perceive things, but it's a very fluid concept that can be also utilized to justify a lot of things. If I look at the Christian religion, which teaches that you should not use violence and you can have wars in the name of God. Even in Buddhist countries, you had Buddhist wars. So it can be tweaked and turned and twisted. And I think Kim Dae-jung, that's why I wanted to take this part up. I think he, with his article, he pierced through that argument, saying like, oh, an Asian cannot be democratic per se. It's like as if culture is some kind of DNA, you cannot change it. I'll give you another example. We were taught in Germany that the French are our hereditary enemies. Now you mix up again biology, hereditary, it's like in your DNA, you can't change the color of your eyes. Well, in Korea you can, but it's mixing up biology with culture. And the French were told the Germans are your hereditary enemies. We were told the French are our hereditary enemies. And it's nonsense. It's got to do with politics, economics, and whether you find a way to resolve conflicts without killing each other. And we did that in the European Union. That's why it's such a shock to us that war is coming on our doorstep. That's a shock to us that somebody changes borders. If you go back 200 years, or not even 200 years, Hitler would have felt very comfortable because this is what Hitler did. He changed borders with force. It was tried and tested. It was only after 1945 that we said, no, we should not change borders by force. So this might be the revenge of history.
Thank you. This is not about culture, but personal religious belief is also important. And I would say that President Kim Dae-jung was a Catholic, he's a Christian, but he's a person, he's a leader who went beyond Christianity, encompassing other values and religions and cultures. That's something that popped up just before when I listened to your answers. Another thing that comes to my mind when I have a conversation with you and listening to your presentation has to do with President Kim Dae-jung's plan or thought to apply Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik and also the so-called Helsinki Accords, which was adopted by CSCE, Conference on Cooperation, CSCE, Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. That occurred basically consisting of three baskets, as we know, security, economy, and human rights. President Kim Dae-jung is known to have tried to apply those two experiences and knowledge Europeans have been through to the Korean situation to promote reconciliation between the two Koreas and promote peace on the Korean Peninsula. And now you are the ambassador of Germany to Korea, and we have seen through all the developments since 1995, early 1970s. And so what do you think about the kind of lessons you are getting from your own experience, Ostpolitik, and Helsinki Accords?
I'm often asked about the lessons of German reunification for Korea. And I think no country has studied German reunification more thoroughly than Korea. There are tomes and tomes and volumes and volumes. But I think maybe also North Korea studied it very carefully. And maybe that's why they're so reluctant about sunshine politics or Ostpolitik, because in Chinese you call it peaceful evolution, 和平演变. So the Chinese say, look, you come friendly, but you come with a whole agenda of subverting our system. So maybe that is something. The big difference is that between East and West Germany, of course, we never had a civil war. So it was much, much easier. We never treated the East Germans, or we never considered them as our enemies, because we were spared the bitter experience of a civil war. That made things much easier. What then is the lesson, and that's why I picked up peaceful coexistence, is that we realized that there is no way to change the status quo by force. If you live in this power confrontation where any war could easily and quickly escalate into something that's collective suicide. And that took a long time. We had people who said, no, let's go and use force, and we can drive the Soviets back, and we can liberate East Germany. And there are people in East Germany who said, let's liberate the West Germans from their fascist overlords and from the American claws. So there were militants on both sides. And I think you mentioned the OSCE. It was a brilliant mechanism because in Basket 1, the East was so happy that we finally recognized the Iron Curtain. So basically, to translate it in undiplomatic language, what's yours is yours. We will not touch you. Which was very painful for the people in Prague, 1968. It was very painful for the people in East Germany, 1953, and others. And then the second basket is like, let's do trade with each other. And the third basket that was grudgingly signed by the Soviet bloc is, yes, we do human rights. And if you see what that triggered with Charter 77, with people who said, but you signed this, Comrade Brezhnev, you signed all this. How come you cannot let this happen? Now in Germany, again, there are waves of reinterpretation of Ostpolitik. Many people said it was the Ostpolitik that was responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Union. The conservatives say, no, it's not the Ostpolitik, it's Ronald Reagan who put a very clear stop sign to the Russians, who used Ostpolitik but still put more and more missiles and weapons to it. And at the end of the day, the Soviet Union overstretched and collapsed. I think the interpretations will change from time, but I think both have their importance. That's what I tried to say as a diplomat, I think, with flexibility. I can negotiate with another person, but I can't negotiate with a gun pointed to my head. I can negotiate and listen and say, these are legitimate concerns, I listen to you, I deal with it, but if there's a gun only pointed at my head, I can't negotiate, I can only surrender. Now in the Cold War, we had a strange situation, if we stay in that picture, that we both pointed guns in our heads. Not a very clever way, but somehow it worked. But I think we had a lot of luck also that these guns didn't go off. So yes, we see Ostpolitik, and I think it's always important to talk. And if I see now that there's not even a channel for dialogue between North and South, I think this is very dangerous, because even in the worst times, we could always talk to the East Germans, and even if it's just to avoid a misunderstanding. So we always had a channel to talk to each other. We have an embassy open in Moscow, and so we engage in them. Talking to someone doesn't mean I agree with you, but if I don't talk with the other person, there's no way, how can I communicate? If I see the North shooting missiles, maybe that's their way of communicating. But there are better ways as human beings to talk to each other. And if you look at German history, we made lots of compromises which are difficult. We spent, for instance, a lot of money to buy out political prisoners from prison in East Germany. Now people were criticized for it. You're strengthening the government there by paying money, but you could free some people and give them some hope. This is, again, it's not physics. You can't say what is right, what is wrong. It's a political, it's a moral decision which leaves you always in complicated questions. And the one who is responsible for doing that is, you can never get out of it, I think, just as only shining light. But to be tolerant and to admire it, like to see where's the balance, I think that is very, very impressive. And then when I see that here in Korea, I wish and I hope, I know the situation is very difficult, but I would hope for also some kind of reason that prevails that says, like, look, let's calm down the temperature. Let's see how we can live with each other peacefully as a first step.
Thank you. President Kim Dae-jung once said emphatically, to forgive the forgivable is good, but to forgive the unforgivable are true forgiveness. And you said dialogue between all kinds of players involved, importance of dialogue. President Kim Dae-jung might have said, to do dialogue with the people who can be communicable is a good thing, but a real dialogue is to communicate with people who are not ready to dialogue or to communicate with. Thank you for that. And now it's time to open the floor. And please, okay, Minister Kim Myung-ja, please. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Your insightful and heartfelt representation. And that said, if I may, I'd like to raise a difficult question for you. That is, how do you expect the international situation to change if Trump is elected in the US election? For instance, the US-EU relation, the US-China relation, and the Korean Peninsula situation, and the Paris Convention on Climate Change, and so forth. Hard question, difficult question.
So Minister Kim was the Minister of Environment Protection during President Kim Dae-jung's presidency.
Actually, the question is, the topics are difficult and very, very serious, but the answers are not that difficult to give, because we saw what Trump did with the Paris Convention in his first presidency. So there's good reason to believe that he will dismantle the American participation again, which is a huge setback, which allows others to hide behind the US and say like, oh, if the US is not serious about climate action, why should we be serious about it? And I think the only hope we can have is that countries see themselves that it's so damaging for themselves, that it's in their own interest to do something about it. But yes, I see, and it's interesting that's not so talked so much about so often, but I see this is the biggest threat, medium perspective. You talked about his relationship with the friends of the United States. And again, like in his first presidency, in his first term, I don't think he really valued that the real strength of the US is not just the US itself, but it's to have very strong friendships. And the way he treated some of his friends left open a lot of question marks. So we will have to deal with it. It's a decision by the American people. We will have to see what's going to happen, but it teaches us very strongly that there are certain things maybe that we took for granted from the United States for a long, long time. And we, in Germany, we owe the United States a lot. The United States were the country that really supported us in the Cold War. The United States was the country that also managed to turn around an enemy relationship to a friendly relationship. It's a miracle. Like 1945, American planes were dropping bombs on Germany, and a few years later, when Berlin was blockaded, they were dropping food. And imagine that, like only 2-3 years later, they were dropping and helping. And for the old generation, this was like a miracle. Like, these are not our enemies, they're actually helping us. So, and the United States supported us in our reunification. President Bush was very clear about it. After Gorbachev opened the door, President Bush was the one who said, yes, please do it peacefully. So this is not forgotten in Germany. And it will be very difficult if we have a leadership which doesn't care for these relationships that much. We always had our issues with trade, with protectionism and this, but we dealt with it in a way on the basis like we're friends. But you can argue and squabble with friends, but at the end of the day, you're friends. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't know. And I think it affects Korea even more because at least we have the European Union around us. You only have the US as guarantor of your military security, and you have Japan, so that's difficult. So yes, we're in, and I'm sure that people in Ukraine watched this election with much, much more of a headache. I mean, they have been fighting off a much stronger country with a lot of bravery and a lot of courage, and I think you can see the difference between, for instance, an Afghan army that disappeared and the Ukrainians who didn't disappear. They're not fighting for the Americans, they're fighting for themselves. And how they will take it, will we be able to fill the role of the US? No, but what's going to happen? So I think last time I looked at my the news, it was pointing in a certain direction, let's see, but we might say, future historians might say that 2024 was a watershed moment. And what the US does affects so many countries and so many places in the world. So the question is very, very obvious. And the answers are not encouraging, I would say.
Any other questions? Yes, please. Yeah. Actually, the organizer, Minister Kim Sung-jae.
2차 대전 이전에 나치
Before World War II, there was socialist Germany. Now we have a democratic Germany. These two Germany seems to be very different, even though the people are the same state. What drove the big change of German destiny? I was always wondering about that. Before the World War II, there was Germany. Now the current Germany, which care for the human rights and democracy. How come those drastic changes come upon on the same state? I really wanted to ask this question.
In the post-World War era, we had Nazi Germany, and now we have a new Germany having all kinds of respects in democracy, human rights, law, peace. And so how could that happen, such a change? Difficult question?
No, it's not a difficult question. It's a very relevant question. It comes back to what, for instance, again, back to the 1994 article, Culture is Destiny. When the Allied troops moved into Germany in 1945, they had a little booklet telling them about Germans. And it was telling them about German culture and to warn them, like, don't fraternize with the enemy, be careful. And then it singled out like what German culture is and what Germans are, and that they're aggressive, authoritarianist, that they only have to be dealt with strength, they only respect force. So these things were not very, if you read them from today, they don't sound very kind, but from the perspective of 1945 and having fought against Germany under the Nazis, they make perfect sense. So how do you transform a culture or a pattern of behaviors? It takes a long time, I think, but in the same way that you can educate people to hate each other, you can also encourage them at least to respect each other. I mentioned France and Germany. In our history textbooks, we always said like, the French invaded us, they did this to us, they did this to us, they did. So when you're as a child and you read about this in your history textbook, you think, oh, these guys are very bad. If you read in the history textbooks, yes, they invaded us, but it was a reaction to an invasion from there. And if you have a more balanced view, maybe you can see that at the end of the day, the soldiers had so much more in common than actually fighting each other. So you can make a conscious effort of changing social norms and changing social values. It is difficult, and to come back also to the argument of Lee Kuan Yew and others, I don't think it's black and white. It's not like you either have this or you have this. There are all these shades in between. But it is possible, but it happens very rarely. And in Germany it could happen because in 1945 we were down and out. We were beaten completely in the war, but in addition to that there was also a moral destruction. When young Germans saw what was happening in the name of German culture, when they were shown the images of the concentration camps, it's shocking. And even then, it took a long, long time. Many Germans closed their eyes. They say, oh, I didn't know, I wasn't involved, I only followed orders. So it took a long time. And even now, today, we have a party in Germany who says, enough, let's not deal with the past, and we stop apologizing anymore. We have to be different now. So it's never, history is never over. The echoes are always there, sometimes stronger, sometimes not so strong. But I think it is possible to change if you really have that. But maybe as a last comment, like if we break down changing a nation, think how difficult it is to change your own behavior. When do people change? Maybe if a doctor tells you, if you don't stop smoking now, you'll be dead within 2 years. That's an existential threat. Then you might change. But how often do we read, oh, we should eat this, we should behave like this, we should do more sports and that. Look at it, how difficult it is to change ourselves. And then you can imagine how difficult it is for a nation to change. And it takes a long, long time. It takes a long, long time to change.
Thank you, sir. Let me do it this way. I'd like to share with you some great news related to President Kim Dae-jung. And then I will wrap up this session as also the two-day festival itself. Recently, in October this year, the International Political Science Association, which is an umbrella organization of all the political science associations worldwide, has established the Kim Dae-jung Award. We are having a World Congress of International Political Science Association next year in Korea. By using that opportunity, they wanted to celebrate the legacy of President Kim Dae-jung. If you read the announcement of the award, it says, of course, he was the South Korean president from what year to what year, and then recognized him as the Nobel Peace Prize laureate in 2000. And then they provide the reasons why they established the award. A revered democratic philosopher statesman, 철인 정치인, philosopher statesman, as well as the author of 30-volume Kim Dae-jung works, 30권 김대중 전집 저자. He is celebrated for translating his democratic philosophies and ideas into concrete policies that benefited Korea and the world. Isn't it amazing and very impressive? Because it's a large umbrella organization of political scientists. In July next year, we are expecting about 3,000 to 4,000 political scientists around us coming to Korea, and at that World Congress, they will provide Kim Dae-jung Award, and every 2 years they hold World Congress around the world, and so every 2 years Kim Dae-jung Award is given to the scholars who contribute, most notably in the areas of global peace, democracy, and human rights. It's time to celebrate by having all of us. I really wanted to share with this great news. And it's time to wrap up and say goodbye. Thank you again to ambassadors coming to this session, this afternoon sessions out of your busy schedule. And also thank you all of you who have been here.
네, 강연해주신 게오르그 슈미트 대사님. 죄송합니다. 네.
It's always tempted to leave early enough, but you have been kept your seats, for 2 days. From here I can see all your faces. Thank you so much. And by this we officially closing the 2-day Peace Festival commemoration of the centennial of the birth of President Kim Dae-jung. Thank you so much.
네, 고맙습니다. 강연을 해주신 게오르그 슈미트 대사님 그리고 또 긴 시간 과장으로 이끌어주신 백학순 원장님께 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 마지막 강연은 김대중 독일인의 시각으로 본 그의 유산이라는 주제로 함께 진행을 했습니다. 자, 이틀간 김대중 대통령과 함께 걷는 평화 생명의 길이라는 주제로 여러 강연과 토론이 진행됐습니다. 김대중 대통령은 많은 어록을 생전에 남기기도 했죠. 인생은 생각할수록 아름답고 역사는 앞으로 발전한다. 아마 많은 분들이 동의하실 텐데요. 이틀간 우리가 진행했던 여러 대화와 논의, 토론들이 앞으로 밝은 미래를 만들어 나가는 밑거름이 되기를 기대하면서 오늘 행사 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 아무쪼록 마지막까지 함께해 주신 여러분께 다시 한번 감사 인사드리고요. 오늘 저녁 6시부터는 목포 문화예술회관 광장에서 유명 가수들이 함께하는 평화 콘서트가 열린다고 하니까요. 따뜻하게 입으시고 함께 자리해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그럼 저는 여기서 이만 인사드리겠습니다. 아나운서 연민나였습니다. 고맙습니다.